Hello and welcome to our second stream of the day, no less. You thought you'd had enough talking tennis. I can assure you you haven't, because we've got lots more hours for you today. Obviously, in this stream, starting with Kokkinakis against Jack Draper. They've just got started. Jack Draper is serving in the first game of this match and is 40-15 up at the moment. Not on the scoreboard here, but on my screen, he is 40-15 up. Obviously, you've also got the other stream going on right now. Lots of talking tennis content for you today, but we've got a lot left to come on this stream. Obviously, Karatsev is playing Marijan. I think they're sort of covering that on the other stream. I'll obviously keep an eye on that one here as well. We've got other ones loads of other matches to keep an eye on over the next few hours. Terry, I'm glad to see you've jumped over to this stream. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Draper has just held that first game of this match as well against Kokkinakis. Really exciting matchup for me, this one. Obviously, Kokkinakis having to come through qualifying. Him against Dominic Thiem as a qualifying matchup just didn't feel right. But obviously, Dominic Thiem in such a difficult moment of his career at the moment, and Kokkinakis capitalised on that really well, made it into the main draw, and has Jack Draper today, which I think is quite an exciting matchup. I'm quite excited to see how this one goes, particularly with the snazzy shorts that Kokkinakis is wearing today. I don't know what pattern that is, but they are definitely snazzy. Those are some cool shorts. But yeah, plenty of tennis to watch this evening. Just watching Kokkinakis get started on his first service game of this match. It is on serve in the Karatsev Marijan match, just to keep everyone updated there. It's 4-5 on serve with Karatsev serving. We did see seen a loss for Gael Monfils against Darderi, 6-4, 6-2. I'm quite surprised by that one, having seen Gael Monfils play the last month or so. That feels relatively surprising, but a good performance there from Darderi. And obviously, I'm sure a lot of people might have just watched Emma Raducanu in her match against Carle. And that was, anyone who's a Raducanu fan, I imagine, found that one quite disappointing. I only managed to watch the first set, but she did not look like the Emma Raducanu we have known in the last couple of weeks, certainly since the Billie Jean King Cup. Looked completely off her game. I know they were talking a lot about her saying she was tired before this match for multiple reasons. Seemed like it played a part. She certainly looked quite tired, quite sluggish on the court. So a difficult result for her, considering, she's looking at Roland Garros at the moment. She's 5 spots off getting into the main draw there, I believe. Roland Garros at the moment. She's not sure whether she'll play Rome. They were just talking about it on the Sky Sports coverage about whether or not she'll play Rome if she has to play qualifying to play Rome. Is that something that she'll be interested in doing? Hard to say. If I had to guess, I'd say probably not. But we'll have to see. Definitely a difficult result today for Raducanu. And on that British theme, also for Harriet Dart, who obviously did really well to come through qualifying in the first place, in my opinion, and fell today to Buxa 6-4, 6-4. Anyway, Kokkinakis in this first service game, 15-30 at the moment, just a little sign of struggle early on here. They're in a forehand rally at the moment. Draper switches with a strong forehand to Kokkinakis' backhand and gets 2 break points to show for it. Nice little, nice play there from Draper, which I feel like will probably say a lot this afternoon. I don't know. Jack Draper is one of those who I think can play just so well. And if he could keep that level up consistently, then who knows where we might see him. But I think a successful season for Jack Draper this year is likely just staying healthy and staying in tournaments, getting through a few rounds, maybe doing well at a few 250s. That's probably where I see Jack Draper at the moment. His forehand there just overcooked it, went long, so first break point saved for Kokkinakis, but Draper gets another chance here. And I think Kokkinakis has just served an ace. They're checking it. Jack Draper's walking up to it. We're going to have a look at Hawkeye, which we have got in Madrid. And Jack Draper was right. It was not an ace. It was out. So a second serve for Thanasi Kokkinakis here. Jack Draper really coming across to the backhand side to play that forehand. Kokkinakis goes for the inside-out forehand. It goes into the tram lines, and Jack Draper, with an early break, goes 2-love up in this first set. Really aggressive there from Draper, actually. I'm quite impressed with that one. But like I say, we know he has the capability. It's just whether he shows up a lot of the time. And obviously whether he's fit and healthy. Nice first serve there from Draper as well. Down the middle, gets his +1 forehand away for 15-love. Just having a chat with the umpire here, but I haven't got my sound on, obviously, so I'm not sure what he's saying. Complaining about something, gesturing towards the umpire. Not sure what that was, but he's back ready to serve now. Checking whether that hit the line or not again. It looked out to me, but I'm sure, yeah, it was out. His second serve to Jack Draper. Kokkinakis has taken the initiative early on in this rally. Runs around to play a forehand down the line from the backhand side for 15-all. That was really good work from Kokkinakis. Just distracted there by the score on my screen, but Jack Draper here with a second serve at 15-all. Puts his backhand into the net, 15-30. So a little bit of a chance here for Kokkinakis to get back into it early on. I've noticed that on court 4, Karatsev has, I believe, broken Marjan for 6-5 and will be serving out the first set there, which obviously we've not seen Aslan Karatsev playing recently. I think he's been injured. I can't remember what injury that was, I'm afraid, but nice to see him back playing, and good to see him doing well against somebody like Marjan, who obviously has also been doing well recently. Jack Draper there with coming to the net and putting away a lovely backhand slice to make it 30-all. Trying to eliminate that outside chance that Kokkinakis set up for himself. Good serve as well, unreturned for 40-30. He does the serve and volley there, Jack Draper. Wow. Strong tactic there from Jack Draper to come in, do the serve and volley. And it works well for him. Gets in the game, and the 3-love advantage. Looking good so far, Jack Draper. Kokkinakis is always one of those players, probably not so much like Jack Draper, in my opinion, who I find Kokkinakis loves the sort of big occasion. That's, I think, what he's built for. You'll see Kokkinakis playing his best tennis against the best players in the world on the biggest stages, on the biggest occasions. I think when he perhaps doesn't have so much of a crowd or doesn't have so much of a incentive there, not to say that he doesn't get wins and get results, because he does, but it's not where you're going to see his absolute best tennis. That's always going to be big stage, big crowd, big roars. He's a real sort of crowd pleaser, Kokkinakis. And I do enjoy watching him play, especially in those moments. Just catching myself up on some of the results from this afternoon that I just missed in my couple of hours away. Just noticed that Shevchenko won quite a tricky game against Rindiknesh. That's a nice win for Shevchenko. I haven't watched Shevchenko loads, I wouldn't say, but when I have, I've really enjoyed watching him. I find his tennis really appealing. Nice to see that he's got through. Kokkinakis here stepping up to serve, love 3 down, try and get a game on the board. Once again, disputed ace that Jack Draper is checking. And once again, not an ace. It was long. So second serve for Kokkinakis here. Just exchanging forehands with Draper's backhand. Draper tries to switch with the forehand down the line and gets it wrong, goes long. 15-love. I see Karatsev has got set point against Marajan, 40-30. Jack Draper's really keen to play his forehand, but actually his backhand's looking really solid today. He's utilising it well, moving it around really well with the backhand. Kokkinakis, though, forcing Draper to sort of get something back on the stretch, gives him the opportunity to put away a really strong forehand. Cross court, 30-love. Struggling on first serve a little bit, Kokkinakis, I think, so far. I've not looked at the stats. Yeah, 38% first serve so far for Kokkinakis, which obviously we're only in his second service game, but it does show. That has sort of stood out to me, that he's not getting his first serves in. It's not helping him. He doesn't get a second serve in there, I believe. That's is that a double fault? I think it was. Oh yeah, once again, Thank you, Jack Draper, for proving me right. What a wonderful backhand from him. Cross court, great angle. Kokkinakis unable to get near it, and that's 30 all. Karatsev unable to take those set points, by the way. It's deuce now on his serve in that match on court 4. Koric has just started against Hassan. That's 2-1 on serve. The match between Van Asch and Zizou Bergs is looking quite interesting. That's Van Asch took the first set 6-4. Bergs took the second set 7-love in a tiebreak. And now Van Asch winning the third 4-love. So quite a roller coaster, that one. There's so much tennis on at the moment. I just looked at the order of play for tomorrow, and it almost made me sad because there's just so many good matches, and I know for a fact I'm not going to be able to see all of them. So much good tennis on tomorrow, on so many courts. Kokkinakis there did manage to hold in the end from 30 all, so he's got a game on the board here, which is really important. Prevented the double break when Draper was looking like he was really going for it. And Draper now love 15 on his own service game. Kokkinakis just upped that double fault, that first serve percentage there in that final game. Helped him finish that one off for 3-1. Draper coming into the net quite a lot so far, actually. It's working well for him. Sort of putting a lot of pressure on Kokkinakis, making him move a lot, which he's not enjoying, I would argue. But yeah, a good sort of presence on the court from Draper so far. Once again, nice backhand cross court. Kokkinakis goes for the forehand down the line, but gets it wrong. Makes it 30-15. That forehand down the line from Kokkinakis was lovely. Comes into the net to put away overhead. Make it 30 all. So there is, some pressure from Kokkinakis on the Draper service games so far. Of course, we've also got to keep an eye on the absolute vintage match between Sara Errani and Caroline Wozniacki on Manolo Santana. They've just started there. Errani's held her first service game. Wozniacki's just started serving. Got to keep an eye on that one, just pure interest value alone, I think, on how those two will get on. Draper here with game point at 40-30. Net points won. Both of them have actually won every point that they've come to the net, but Draper's won 4 out of 4 already. So good approach there too. Forehand put away cross court. Puts him 4-1 up, and he's definitely started well here, Jack Draper. course, we've seen flashes of this in recent competitions. I thought he played quite well against Taylor Fritz last week in Munich. Yes, in Munich. I thought he played really well. Obviously, that went to the third set tiebreak, and he just totally didn't have the intensity for me that Taylor Fritz had in that third set tiebreak. Obviously, lost that 7-1. But he had, some good sort of battling wins all 3 sets. Before that, last week in Munich, made the quarterfinal, no mean feat in that sort of draw. Obviously lost to Hubie Hurkacz in Monte Carlo. Again, not a loss to be too disappointed with. I suppose it all depends on where he sees himself getting to this year. I imagine he probably has higher hopes than maybe other people might have for him. I certainly think, like I say, if he stays healthy, that's a pretty successful year. But yeah, it's interesting to see what he could do here in Madrid. If he perhaps ups his intensity a little bit. For me, that was what was lacking in that Taylor Fritz match above anything else. Kokkinakis serving here 4-1 down. And every time they get into a sort of lengthy rally, it feels like it doesn't take long for Draper to up the ante, as it were, kind of up the tempo, force the aggressiveness, aggression, that's the word, straight away. Jake, so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining me. Really nice to see you, as always. Thanks for supporting the stream. I hope you've been enjoying all the tennis today, Jake. I know you're a Vika fan, right? I don't know when she's playing. I imagine it's tomorrow. Don't know off the top of my head. Just having a look. Yes, Tatiana and Maria tomorrow, court 5, 10 o'clock. That'd be a good one, actually. Tatiana Maria's been quite good recently, but obviously, I imagine Azarenka might have the beatings of her there. Oh, that's nice from Kokkinakis. Makes the passing shot with a backhand cross court. Jack Draper does well to get to the drop shot that he did previously, but no, that was a nicely constructed point from Kokkinakis. Followed by a lovely ace, and that one, nobody will dispute that one. That one was definitely in. If he can sort of get a little bit more consistent on this serve, I think he can take this game to Draper a little bit more than he has so far. Game point here for Kokkinakis to make it 4-2. You can see on my screen it's already happened. Yeah, Jack Draper runs around to play the forehand on return, but dumps it in the net. So another game on the board for Kokkinakis. I honestly keep getting distracted by these snazzy shorts he's wearing. I really want to know what pattern they are. They're quite cool. I really like them. Just looking at that score in the Karatsev match. Oh, wow, he didn't manage to serve it out at 6-5. Marjan broke, and they're playing a tiebreak at the moment. Karatsev 4-1 up in that tiebreak. Jack Draper plays a drop shot, but it's definitely not drop enough. And that's definitely not how you say that. It's not short enough. Kokkinakis gets to it, but then sort of messes up his time at the net. That's 15 love to Jack Draper. Draper here looking pretty confident as he runs through this service game. Great serve, +1 forehand, inside out. Kokkinakis, no chance, 40 love. Looking really confident and a lot more confident than we probably saw him in Munich, even, where obviously quarterfinal, great result, but I think he looks like he's playing even better here so far. Obviously, we know that Jack Draper, it is possible that he occasionally comes out and plays really well, and we see a dip in level as a match goes on. But I think we're seeing that less often from Jack Draper now, which is positive, at least, for his development. At 40-15 here, another great first serve, which Kokkinakis can't get back, and that's 5-2. Jack Draper a game away from the first set here. As they sit down for the changeover.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Kokkinakis here just stepping up to serve to stay in this second set. Second set? First set. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's not been that long. Second serve. It's because I looked at the number 2 whilst I was speaking. Terrible idea. Second serve here for Kokkinakis, though. And he's just not really using that second serve to his advantage at the moment. Struggling when he's forced to a second serve. Draper making the most of it. Love 15. He'd love, I'm sure, to close this set out rather than needing to serve for it. That's a good serve from Kokkinakis, though. 15 all. Draper so far winning 93% on first serve. That is Quite an impressive statistic. This Karatsev Marjan tiebreak is quite impressive as well. I said last time I mentioned it that Karatsev was 4-1 up in the tiebreak. Marjan has closed that gap and it is now 6-all in that tiebreak. So definitely one to keep an eye on if you're deciding which match to watch. Obviously, this Draper match is fascinating, but might be worth having a quick look at that one. Marjan has held serve to give himself a set point at 7-6 with Karatsev serving. Kokkinakis with another ace there out wide. When he makes them, they do look very effortless. Two game points for Tanasi. Nice serve, nice +1 forehand, makes it 5-3, and Jack Draper will have to serve this out if he wants to finish off this first set. They're getting through games relatively quickly. It's only been 33 minutes so far, and we're already at the point where Draper's serving for the set, so they're speedy. And Marjan has closed that one out. He was 6-5 down with Karatsev serving for the set. Marjan broke to take it to a tiebreak. Was 4-1 down in that tiebreak. Last time I looked, it could have been worse. And got it back. Won it 8-6. Impressive there from Marjan. Obviously, I'm not watching that one, so I don't know how impressive it was, but it looks impressive from the scoreboard point of view. Could also be, obviously, Karatsev not having played for a while. A little bit rusty in those high-pressure situations, perhaps. Nice serve from Jack Draper out wide. And then back behind Kokkinakis with the backhand. Really good stuff. We have lost our scoreboard. I can get that back. There we go. You can see a few of the other scores now as well, in case you want to keep an eye on a few matches. I know I certainly do. There's too many good ones not to. No, I don't want to be that big. That'll do nicely. Draper 15-30 here on his serve. Make that 30-all. Nice sort of save there from Jack Draper, who was looking in a little bit of trouble there, but 30-all, so still in with a chance here of closing this out. Got the chance to finish it with a forehand inside out. Kokkinakis does get to it, but not enough, not quickly enough to put anything on it. And Jack Draper with a set point here at 40-30. See, Van Ash has closed that one out against Zizou Berg, 6-1 in the third, after that tight second set. Jack Draper here on set point was pushed really wide to the forehand by Kokkinakis. He gets it back, and Kokkinakis has practically a wide open court to put a backhand down the line, but he just puts too much on it, goes long. And Jack Draper, 6-3 in the first set in 37 minutes. Really strong there from Jack Draper. Quite an empty court that he's done it to, but really a strong set there from him. Same total unforced errors from both players. I'm just seeing some stats on my stream. 7 unforced errors from both, 6 winners from Kokkinakis, but 11 for Jack Draper. It was, a relatively close set in a certain way. The stats aren't too different, apart from when we get to service stats, where Jack Draper, 94% won on first serve. That is quite impressive. His first serve in is 64 to Kokkinakis 59. It's not that different, but 94% won is showing that he's using those first serves incredibly effectively so far. So that's really good to see. And I see Jake says, come on, Draper, we need some British success today. We absolutely do. We have not been treated to any British success so far. As I mentioned earlier, Raducanu going out in quite a disappointing performance against Carlo. Harriet Dart going out to Buxer, which probably isn't as disappointing, but I'm sure she would have liked to go a bit further after her good qualifying performance. So yeah, we definitely are in need of some British success. And Jack Draper delivering so far. Obviously got Cam Norrie as well in the draw. He's seeded 29th, so we won't see him until Friday. And I believe that covers it, with obviously Andy Murray out with injury. So just... Oh, and Dan Evans withdrew either yesterday or the day before. I can't remember when I saw that one. But no Dan Evans in this either. So just Jack Draper, Katie Bolter, of course, in the women's. She's getting started tomorrow. I'm just having a look. She is. We don't know her opponent yet, but she will be playing tomorrow. She's the 26th seed. So just Bolter, Draper, and Norrie. Still to possibly bring about some British success. I'm really struggling with British success. Can you tell? I'm not doing well with saying that. Maybe that's a sign that it's not going to happen. So you've got both players back on court now. Kokkinakis serving in the first game of this second set. Nice inside-out forehand winner from him to take the first point, 15-love. Go check in on Wozniacki. She's doing well. 3-1 up, and with a break point for 4-1 against Sara Errani. Kokkinakis just putting too much on that forehand down the line, which he's done a couple of times today already. Makes it 15-all. into a slightly lengthier rally there. Draper goes for the forehand cross court, but loops it, goes into the tram lines. 30-15 to Kokkinakis. (40-15), so game point. I'd be surprised if we didn't see some sort of reaction from Kokkinakis in the second set. It's obviously very possible that Draper keeps up this level and wins this quite easily. I'd be inclined to say that probably won't happen. I feel like Kokkinakis has got another gear to get into here, maybe, if he can find it. But we'll have to see. They're just saying Draper's first serve placement, where he won 17 out of 18 points on first serve in the first set. 0% of his serves in both boxes were in the middle of the service box, which is quite impressive. His service placement there is really precise, actually. It's a second serve here, though, for Jack Draper. And, oh no, his first serve was a let, actually. I thought he double faulted. No. It's a second serve now for Jack Draper, which he does get over the net. Nice backhand return from Kokkinakis. Good length. But Jack Draper goes for the drop shot. Kokkinakis gets it back. Jack Draper with a superb passing shot, forehand down the line. Kokkinakis could do nothing about that one. Dirty love. I just want to see that again, because I feel like Kokkinakis was quite close to it. Oh, I think he left it. I think he left it and he thought it was going long, but it dropped in. That's why he's quite frustrated. It was still a nice down the line forehand from Jack Draper. Millhouse, really nice to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. You ask, who's your favourite WTA player outside of the top four? Great question. Outside the top four. It's because you've only said I can have one that I'm really thinking about it. I like a lot of players. I love watching a lot of players on the WTA tour. Right now, I'd have to say I just love watching Danielle Collins play so much. I love watching her play. So right now, if you ask me who I'd like to watch play most, it would be Danielle Collins. But in general, usually when Danielle Collins isn't in the form of her life, I really enjoy Petra Kvitova. Have done for a long time. Obviously, she's on maternity at the moment, I believe. But usually I really enjoy watching Kvitova. But I could also sit here and name like 50 players outside the top four. So a difficult question, but a great one. Thank you, Millhouse. We'll have to, if you're still here later, we'll have to ask some of the people that are joining me in a bit. Should have John here at some point, Greg joining us around 6 o'clock, Nick around 6:30. So lots of great people joining me at some point soon. Draper here with a game point at 40-30. Nice serve there from Jack Draper, unreturned. Gets him the game, makes it 1-1. Terry, what time is it there now? If you mean in Madrid, I believe it is 5:45. So I think they're an hour ahead of me. Just double check I'm right, because I'll be honest, time zones, not my strong point. Yeah, 5:45 in Madrid at the moment. We've still got one more match, I believe, scheduled on this court after Kokkinakis Draper, between Mira Andreeva and Taylor Townsend. Ooh. Yes, please. In England, sorry, I wasn't sure whether you meant Madrid or England. Sorry, Terry. In England, it's 5:45. So just 1 hour's difference from Madrid. Really lovely point there from Kokkinakis, by the way. Forehand, sort of moving Draper about beautifully. Forehand across court, followed up by the forehand down the line. Lovely stuff. And we have seen this from Kokkinakis throughout. 6-3 in the first set from Draper. It was only one break. It was close. And we did see some quality from Kokkinakis, but not necessarily enough quality from him on the return to kind of look like getting a break at any point. Into a lengthier rally here, just exchanging forehands. Jack Draper switches it, but Kokkinakis is ready. Much better movement there from him as he puts a forehand down the line. Makes it 30-love. Good 2 points there from him. That Karatsev-Marajan match is into the second set. It's on serve, 2-1. Yeah, that was a shot. These 2 points have been good, actually. That was a nice serve as well. Draper hooks his forehand return to the tram line, 40-love. And if Kokkinakis can maybe hold to love here in this sort of fashion, it might give him a little bit of confidence going into the rest of this set. Another Jack Draper forehand goes long, and Kokkinakis does hold to love. Strong hold there, not just in the fact that it was to love, but also in the way he played. So as they sit down on the changeover, it is 2-1 Kokkinakis on serve.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Just noticed another really interesting result. Obviously, there's too many matches for me to keep track of at the moment, with qualifier Emiliana Arango, beating Amanda Anisimova in 3 sets. Third set tiebreak 7-2. I believe Anisimova was a wild card in this event. I believe. But you'd still probably expect her to do well. Obviously, it's a bit up in the air at the moment, her form. But a nice win for Emiliana Arango, the qualifier. Kokkinakis backhand there, just drifting wide for 30 love to Jack Draper. Lovely serve and following 2 forehands from Jack Draper there. That inside-out forehand has worked well for him today, although I would suggest most of his shots have worked quite well for him today. I have been particularly impressed with his backhand, though. I feel like he is really keen to get on the forehand, but actually, backhand's working well. And now it's very possible that Draper, he has held to love. So both of them with 2 service games to love in the last 2 games. Kokkinakis here, checking a call that has been called out that he thinks was in on the serve. I think he was sort of umming and ahhing about challenging there, but he did decide to. And it was in. Oof. That is the finest of margins. But that serve was in. And there seems to be a little bit of discussion with the umpire. And I'm not positive whether they are just deciding whether that is Kokkinakis' point or whether they've decided to replay. I would have thought that was an ace. Jack Draper's watched... Sorry, I'm laughing at his face. They've zoomed in on Jack Draper's face after he watched the Hawkeye on the big screen in the arena, and he looks very confused. He was obviously very convinced that that call was correct, that the ball was out. But Hawkeye said differently, and they zoomed in on his face. It was the picture of confusion. But it was given to Kokkinakis as an ace. He then immediately hits another ace for 30 love, and that's 3 in the match. And that one's unreturned. Kokkinakis really speeding through these service games now, 40 love. Nice backhand cross court that Draper's forehand goes long, and Kokkinakis another service hold to love. This is a far cry from the first set, but it's 3-2 to Kokkinakis.
Ready. Play.
I want one more thing from you, Francisca. Can you look at the camera, and I want you to say, I am Francisco Jorge, and I am a friend of the show. Can you try it?
I am Francisca Jorge, and I'm a friend. Wait.
Go. It's okay.
I'm Francisca Jorge, and I'm a fan of the show.
One more time. Can you say, I'm a friend of the show?
Friend.
Like amigo.
Friend.
A friend. So, because we joke, we have players come on all the time, they have no idea, but after they've been on, we say, oh, Yelena Ostapenko is a friend of the show. She has no idea. But so if we get you to say, I am Francisca Jorge, or how you say your name, and
I am Francisca Jorge, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect. Thanks, just want you to do me one more thing. I want you to hold the microphone. I want you to look in the... Don't be nervous. I mean, listen, you've just beaten Yelena Ostapenko.
I'm not nervous.
No, you shouldn't be. If you can beat Ostapenko twice in one day, you can do this for sure. I want you to look at the camera and just say, hi, my name is, say your name, and then say, and I'm a friend of the show.
Friend of the show?
Yeah?
Okay. Hi, my name is Susan, and I'm a friend of the show.
Say your whole name for me. That's the only thing I want.
Sorry.
Surname too. No, you're doing great.
You're
doing
cutting,
great.
huh?
Yeah, I'll cut it up. Don't worry. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Thank you very much, Susan.
You're welcome.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament. And I will tag you on Instagram, and you can reject. I do have one more tiny thing, which is I want you to look into the camera.
Yeah.
I want you to say your name.
Yes.
And I want you to say, I am a friend of the show.
I'm a friend of the show. Okay.
Perfect, yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
I love that video. I will always play it. Love the friend of the show video. Draper here at love 15, by the way, on his next service game. Oh, and he has an overhead there that he gets all wrong. Goes well long, and he's love 30 here, giving Kokkinakis a bit of a chance on the Draper serve. Don't know if he's been love 30 before. I know he was 15-30 at one point, but I don't think he's been love 30 on his own serve before, Jack Draper, in this match. Just setting himself. I think he had a let there, so a longer time to serve. Kokkinakis with a return that puts a lot of pressure on Draper, but they're back into a regular rally now. Kokkinakis running around to play the forehand down the line. Draper gets to it, still rallying. Both on the baseline, unwilling to come forward. Jack Draper coming forward a little bit. Now he's running to the net, but Kokkinakis saw the hesitancy in Draper's net approach there, passes in with a gorgeous forehand down the line, and he's got 3 break points. That was so hesitant from Jack Draper coming to net. Oh my goodness, you could see in the first shot that he wanted to do it, but then he played his forehand, sort of just inside the baseline, but he wants to come in and oof, gets that all wrong. Love 40 here. And these are the first break points that Kokkinakis will see today. That, I believe, was another let's serve from Draper. Wozniacki just taken this first set, by the way, against Sara Errani, 6-3. And Wang Jinyu has just beaten Tomova in 3 sets. Nice win for her. Kokkinakis takes the second break point, makes it 4-2 in this second set. And like I said, I would have been really shocked if we didn't see Kokkinakis fight back here. It's just in his nature. I really didn't believe that Jack Draper would have it all his own way today. And he certainly hasn't. That's a really good sort of raised level from Kokkinakis there that Draper just couldn't quite match. And Kokkinakis here serving for a 5-2 lead. I see Terry is rooting for Kokkinakis here. Don't blame you. He's quite easy to root for, I think. What time is it where you are, Terry? Is it you staying up late to watch this one? Is it early morning? Oh, lovely backhand down the line. Some of Kokkinakis' ground strokes now, it's like he's just found the groove. Comes in to hit the inside-out forehand at the net. A little bit of a fist pump towards the crowd. They're getting behind him as well. And this is exactly what I was saying about Kokkinakis' best tennis, or at least better tennis here. It's when he gets the crowd on side, he gets people pumped up, he gets himself pumped up. Great stuff from him. Oh my goodness, Terry, the commitment. 2 a.m. I can assure you, if it was 2 a.m. here, I would not be watching tennis. I love the commitment though. Nice one. Is that because you're a massive Kokkinakis fan and you're watching that one? Or what is it that's making you think, yeah, this is worth it? I respect it very much. I have certainly stayed up that late to watch tennis. But I think mostly during the slams, like the US Open. Just a tennis fan. That's a great answer. That's a very cool answer, Terry. Love it. That is good enough reason. 2 a.m. tennis, why not? Lovely stuff. We've got the insights stats on forehand quality here, and they have Kokkinakis' forehand quality very high at 9.7. And again, here he's 40 love up. I've not even been talking through these points because it's just so straightforward, this game. 40 love up Kokkinakis at 4-2. Just looking like all the momentum is with him right now. Jack Draper's backhand into the net, and Kokkinakis holds to love for 5-2. Kirit, thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you. Watching Better versus Magda right now. Yes, that's Lynette Cocciaretto. I saw that one's into a third set. Magda Lynette, a break up. What have you made of it so far? I haven't obviously seen any of that because I've been watching this match. So how are they getting on? Who are you rooting for in that one? And also Terry says bad draw for both. It really is. This is a tough matchup, especially in round one. But I suppose, Kokkinakis having to qualify in itself is sort of a bit weird to see. I understand why, but difficult draw. It'll be tough for the loser of this one, whoever it ends up being, to go out in the first round here in Miami. Madrid. Goodness me. Here in Miami. I'm still in a few weeks ago. Clearly. Just a few updates elsewhere while we've got Draper and Kokkinakis sat down at the changeover, because there are so many matches on right now. Brandon Nakashima has currently just started on court 6 against Facundo Bagnis. I'm not sure how to say that one. That's on serve at the moment. Nakashima struggling on his service game at 2-1. Hassan has just taken the first set against Borna Koric. 7-5 in the tiebreak. That's a nice first set for him. In the Karatsev Marajan match, that is 4-4 in the second set on serve, as far as I can tell. I haven't seen any breaks come up on my screen there. In the women's, we've got, as I said, Magda Linette, a breakup on Cocciaretto, 4-3 in the third. Wong having just beaten Tomova. Wozniacki set up on Sara Errani, 6-3 in that one, and they've just started the second. And Caroline Dolehide, a set up and 4-1 up on Bai on court 8. And I think that's every match, if I've looked at the scores correctly, as Draper gets underway in his service game to stay in this second set, and is 15-love up. Kira says 2 tough players on clay. Third set tiebreak, probably. This is about the Magda Linette against Elisabetta Cocciaretto. So you think Cocciaretto is likely to break back here and take it to a third set tiebreak? Unless you're talking about this this Draper match, where there are also 2 tough players on clay and could be a third set tiebreak. So you could be talking about either. I could definitely see this one that I'm watching, Kokkinakis Draper, going to a third set tiebreak for sure. But I will keep an eye on that Magda Linette against Cocciaretto match as well. Jack Draper getting through this service game a lot easier than his last. He's 40-love up this time. Serves out wide. It looks like he's going to run in, do the serve and volley again, but not necessary, as Kokkinakis' return drifts out wide, and he forces Kokkinakis to serve this set out. Another relatively quick set here. Only 32 minutes played so far. Kokkinakis, nice serve there for 15-love. I think if I had to guess or predict here, I think we're heading for a third set. But then it feels like it could be anyone's. It's going to really depend on momentum, who starts better. Ooh, Kokkinakis feeling it now. Went for the inside-out forehand, finest of margins, but it does drift wide, so that's 15 all. That is the shot of a very confident player. Don't think he'd have been playing that in the first set. Keeps trying to play on the Draper backhand, switches with a backhand slice to Draper's forehand, and he tries to put a lot of topspin on it, but I think he just sort of mistimes it. That flies off the racket into the air. Makes it 30-15. into another rally. Kokkinakis inside-out forehand works well this time, but he comes in to put away the return from Jack Draper and gets it all wrong. He's not very happy with that one. Neither is his coach. And that's 30 all. I think that's a let serve from Kokkinakis, possibly, or maybe it was just out. Oh, that inside-out forehand for Kokkinakis is suddenly just not working for him anymore. That one was the worst of the lot. Well out this time. Looking frustrated. And Draper has a break back point here. Maybe we're not going to a third set straight away at 30-40. Great serve from Kokkinakis there, under pressure. Really impressive. Make it deuce. Serving here at deuce. Great serve again, down the tee, paints the line, and I don't think Jack Draper got a racket to that one, so I think it's an ace. Good serving here from Kokkinakis to get him out of trouble. Important to note as well that we are currently very, very close to 8,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you are watching on YouTube, or if you're not watching on YouTube, get on over to YouTube, hit subscribe. It would really help us out. Thank you so much. I think we're about 50 off the 8,000. I think John's goal was to make it in today's bumper stream. I'm not sure we're quite going to manage that one, but I think in the next few days, certainly, we'll get to that milestone. So please do hit subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you so much. Kokkinakis has managed to serve that one out with some brilliant serves at the end of that game there, at the end of that set, to get himself out of some trouble when Jack Draper had a break back point. 12 winners there from Kokkinakis to Draper's 4. Kokkinakis also with a higher unforced error count at 9 versus 6, but obviously not bad enough. Service is really, really telling here. 72% first serve in for Kokkinakis compared to Draper's 53. That's 20% difference. And first serve 183 versus Draper's 50. So really the difference there was Kokkinakis a lot more solid on his own service games in general because he'd upped his quality of serve, which we know he's very capable of, compared to the first set, but also I think raised his level in the game where he broke Jack Draper with some incredible points there. So that's the difference. A little bit related to momentum as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how these two players come out in the third set. I certainly don't think I could predict who is going to take it now. We'll see who gets the better start. It's a difficult one. If anyone watching thinks that they have a prediction who's going to win this one, let me know. Two players, both don't seem to be leaving the court as far as I can see. I haven't seen them leave. They're just showing Jack Draper at the moment, though. Kokkinakis. They are now showing Kokkinakis leaving the court. Oh no, he's not. He's getting ready to play again. That's very quick changeover between sets. They both seem to want to get on with it. I suppose, it hasn't been that long a match, so they perhaps don't need to go off court when it's not been that long. I don't know exactly how long, but it started just after 4 o'clock, right? So it can only be just over an hour. I'll check the clock when they come back on. Yeah, an hour and 18 for these two sets, so not super long. Jack Draper here is serving in the first game of the third set. Lovely backhand behind Kokkinakis there from Draper, but when he comes into the net, which was working for him so well in the first set, he's often just getting those forehands wrong. They're going long relatively often, it feels. That one, once again, just not getting the right contact on that ball. That was a nice ace from Draper. Clearly unhappy with his previous point, wanted to make up for it. I think that's his first ace of the day. Yeah, it is, compared to Kokkinakis. Kokkinakis is 5. Quick update on court 4 in that pretty interesting match between Karatsev and Marozsan. Marozsan here is broken for 6-5 and is serving for the match. Currently 15-all in that game. I'll keep an eye on that one for you, let you know how they get on. Jack Draper here with a game point to get his first game on the board in this third set. Nice serve. Kokkinakis' return goes well long. And Draper starts the set well. Marozsan now 30-15. I feel like some of my scoreboards don't seem to be updating. There we are. Magda Linette has indeed served that match out against Cocciaretto. It was 3 sets. Cocciaretto won the first 6-3, but Linette won the following 2 6-4, 6-4. So a nice win for Magda to go through into the second round. Not sure what's next on court 5. I think it is fellow Polish player Magdalena Frech against Jacqueline Christian, which is actually quite an interesting match. I'll be keeping an eye on that one as well. What's new? Me keeping an eye on 10 matches at once. Kokkinakis here, 15 love on his service game. Karatsev does have break point to take this second set to a tiebreak as well, by the way. Nice serve from Kokkinakis. I think that's a 6th, 8th ace for the Australian. Nice serve and +1 there from Kokkinakis to make it 40 love. If he does keep serving like this, Kokkinakis, it's going to be really hard for Draper to find the opportunity to break, because his serve has improved so much since the first set. So that third set tiebreak is certainly looking like a distinct possibility, which could be tough for Jack Draper. You know, that one against Taylor Fritz in Munich, whether that sticks in his mind. He really didn't show up to that tiebreak. Fritz taking it 7-1. I'm sure, you know, Draper's at a level of tennis where he's able to put that from his mind, but, you know, it could be there somewhere. Kokkinakis there just looking quite surprised at missing that volley. But he's still 40-15 here. Karatsev naturally has broken back against Marozsan to take this second set to a tiebreak as well. Marozsan, of course, won the first set 8-6 in a tiebreak. Draper just making Kokkinakis sweat a little bit here at 40-30. He was, of course, 40 love up. Won't want to make it juice here. And naturally, under pressure, pulls out a good serve, as he has been doing this past set and a bit of this match. Great serve from Kokkinakis there to seal the first game of the third set for him, or first service game of the third set for him. Make it 1-1. Jack Draper serving here, just watching a rather long rally. Both players moving each other about a lot, and Kokkinakis stepping into the court to hit a forehand, an inside-out forehand, which, as we know, wasn't working for him very well at the end of the second set, but works well there. Nice winner for Kokkinakis to make it love 15. Nice serve out wide from Jack Draper. Don't think that Kokkinakis return was going to bounce in. No, it's not. So 15 all. That's a second ace for Jack Draper. So a bit of a response from him to his slightly dropped level. And he 30-15 up here. Whew. I'd like to see the speed of that one. +1 forehand from Draper there was powerful, to say the least. Cross court, Kokkinakis didn't even step towards it. 40-15. And follows it up with an unreturned serve. That was a far more confident service game from Jack Draper there to make it 2-1 as the players sit down at the change of ends.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
I've just noticed Caroline Dolehide has closed that one out against Bai 6-3, 6-3. So certainly score-wise looks straightforward. Obviously, I didn't watch it. Might not have been. I see on court 7, Bronzetti has got started against Gracheva. Bronzetti already a breakup in that one, 3-1. Sara Errani and Caro Wozniacki are on serve in the second set there on Manolo Santana. Let's see how that tie break's going between Karatsev and Marozsan. Oh, took it very easily, 7-2. Marozsan took that tie break in a second set against Karatsev. So good win there for Marozsan, but nice to see Karatsev at least competing, you know, some breaks there, taking it to tie break both sets when we've not seen him play for a little while. Kokkinakis here, 15-all on his service game. Whew. Strong overhead there from Kokkinakis that I'm reacting to. Yeah, he whacked that one, certainly. Ashley, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Really lovely to have you with us. Which match are you watching at the moment, if any? Are you watching this one? Are you watching another one? This one is certainly living up to its name, I would suggest, between Kokkinakis and Draper. The quality has improved steadily throughout, in my opinion, particularly from Kokkinakis. But I feel like Draper's now raised his level again to match them, so this could be a really interesting third set. Kokkinakis at 40-15 here. And lovely serve to secure the game, make it 2-all. Great timing. Hello, John. Hi, John, you okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I think I've just got to do a bit of jiggery pokery. Hang on a second.
No problem. While John gets on with that jiggery pokery, Jack Draper just starting his service game at 2-all here, but Kokkinakis, that inside-out forehand is coming back to him now. Hits a brilliant inside-out forehand winner there for love 15. Oh, Jake's so excited to see John, and he's disappeared again, but I promise he'll be back. It is a close third set. I totally agree, Ashley. I'm refusing to make a prediction as to which way it's going to go at the moment because I just can't decide. Definitely close, and hopefully if Draper brings the level he brought in the first set and Kokkinakis brings the level he brought in the second set, I think we could have a really good third.
I haven't seen a single ball, but obviously, well, I saw the set point in the first set that Draper won that on, but then I haven't seen anything else since. But of course, as it does, the scoreboard does reflect. It looks like it's going to be it's too close to call, is what you were just saying, right?
Yeah, absolutely. For me at the moment, Draper looked so good in that first set. Kokkinakis probably let down most by his serve in that first set. He really upped those serve percentages in the second set. But Draper looking better again now after a bit of a dip. So I think, like I say, if they can both bring the best levels they've brought here, then I genuinely don't know which way it's going to go.
Best levels is not what I've been watching on my screen because I've been watching Borna Coric against Hassan, and I think I just saw the worst two-shot sequence, certainly of this year, but maybe any year in tennis. I saw a drop shot from Hassan, which had every single technical error possible on it. And also the result was horrible. It was a drop shot that was hit way too high and too deep. It also didn't have enough backspin on it, and it also bounced far too high. So in every way, shape, and form, this is just the end result that you don't want from a drop shot. The good news for Hassan is that Coric was there to receive it and was in a very generous mood and decided to, rather than just put the forehand away, hit the ball long. And Hassan won the point, and it felt indicative of the match. I saw an incredible passing shot from Coric that needed a net cord to get it over Hassan's racket. Very fortunate as well. So we've had a bit of everything, but not quality, let's say.
A bit of everything but quality.
Everything but quality is what Coric and Hassan has been thus far. But good luck for the German who won the first set on a tiebreak. It's been curious anyway, if nothing else. Almost as curious as what is Hassan's outfit. He's wearing a Nike hat, a Dunlop t-shirt, Yonex shorts, Nike socks, and I'm not sure about the shoe brand with a Wilson racket. So we have decided that he probably doesn't have a sponsor, given that combo.
Suggests so, yeah.
It does suggest so. Or he's really upset with his sponsor and he's gone rogue.
He's acting out.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on the women's side. I'm going to have a quick look. Last I saw, Wozniacki was winning, I think, 4-1 with a double break, but that was half an hour ago. So, okay, so she won the first set 6-3, and it's on serve in the second set. Yeah, so Draper, Jack served very well that game. Yeah, so I was busy talking, but he did serve that out pretty comfortably, it seems.
Yeah. They both have been for a little while now, especially in this third set. All 5 games have been sort of relatively comfortable for both of them.
I'll stay until Greg arrives. Greg will be here in about 25 minutes, I think. Hopefully you two can sail things through at least. Greg is going to be here for an hour, and Nick should join in about an hour from now as well. So there's plenty of people coming in and out of the door, and obviously whenever you're out of steam, Kira, after Nick arrives, you can leave. Hey Jake, in answer to your question, I think I've given you a clue the way I summed up a couple of those points in the Hassan Coric. I'm at the mercy of German producers, so they tend to sort of flip between one German player and another. So I had a bit of Laura Siegmund earlier on today, and she lost in straight sets to Donna Vekic. I think Laura won just 3 games, might have been 4. But Altmaier was much better in his win. And I'm seeing just so many technical issues that Coric is having. That backhand just looked like he'd never hit a tennis ball in his life. It's almost like he's won a competition, Coric, and they're saying, you've won. Well, when they go to the crowd and they say, hey, Well done. The bingo winner today. Oh my God, a horrible drop shot. Oh no. A horrible drop shot from Hassan. Okay. But luckily, as I say, he's got Chorich on the other side of the net who just dumps it into the net.
Wow.
Anyway.
This is so brilliant. I feel I'm feeling all the emotions watching you watch this.
Yeah. I'm
Swanner
not sure
agrees.
which.
This is
It's
great
two
switch.
competition winners, actually. I saw it last week, by the way, in Stuttgart, that somebody won a competition. I think probably some sort of bingo thing, and they were allowed to return a serve. In fact, I think they returned 2 serves from Emma Raducanu, because Emma said that he did a pretty good job on the return of the first one. So the second one, she decided to give it a bit more seriousness, if you like. And he nearly hit a winner off that one as well, the guy. So to be fair, I think he looked a bit more like a tennis player than Borna Coric is doing at the moment. Anyway, that is that. Fortunately, we've got 2 professional tennis players in Kokkinakis and Draper, and it sounds like they're giving us a bit more quality over there on the Arancha Sanchez Stadium.
Yeah, they absolutely are. 15 all at the moment on Draper's serve. They're just rallying at the moment. The rallies have been quite not long necessarily, but there's been, a good few rallies in this. Kokkinakis, Draper again with a forehand long. That's been his probably most difficult aspect today, as he keeps putting these forehands long down the line. He's done it again there.
Draper, that is, did you say? Is that Draper you're talking about? Yeah, Draper does have, for me, a forehand that some days, but I would even say some games, it looks unbelievable. And you think, wow, that forehand issue I thought he had has gone away, and then it sort of comes back again. Absolutely. I guess inconsistent is the word. It sort of comes and goes in phases. Because I remember at the Davis Cup last year, he hit a couple of forehands long, had a couple of issues, and I'm pretty sure I said to my neighbour, yeah, that's the issue for Jack, the forehand letting him down. And then he went and hit 4 amazing winners off the forehand side. So he's got it. He just needs a bit of consistency there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Because in the first set, you're thinking, oh, this forehand's looking pretty good. And yeah, it's just been a little bit leaky since.
Do hit subscribe on YouTube, by the way. Last I saw, we were 50 away from the magic 8K. So we're slowly edging that direction. Also, if you use Twitter or X, you can give Talking Tennis a follow at Talking Tennis TT, but you can also give Kira a follow as well. And Kira's, I think that's your name, right? Kira Hancocks, yeah?
That's my name. Absolutely.
So, you got in there early enough before any other Kira Hancocks is. Not that I guess there's too many. At least I guess them. Is Kira normally spelled with a CH?
It's usually spelled like Keira Knightley with the K and the
of course,
E
yeah,
all sorts. But
yeah,
good old Irish spelling came through for me.
Indeed. Yeah. We've got a break point, I think, here for Kokkinakis, so this could be very interesting.
Draper's just saved that one on my screen to take it back to use. He's got an overhead here, which he has already messed one up, but he gets that one right. So advantage Draper. I'm tensing every time he has an overhead now. Oof.
Marozsan Karatsev was a bit wild. I mean, it doesn't look that wild when you just see 7-6, 7-6, but Karatsev had 7 set points in the first set, including serving for it at 6-5. He had 6-5 40 love serving for it. And I think Marozsan reeled off the next 5 or 6 points. There was also a double fault from Karatsev, I think in the tiebreak at 6-4, but he actually had 6-2 before that. So he had 4 set points there. And somehow Marozsan, I think, won 6 points in a row in the tiebreak to win that 8-6. And then we had Marozsan serving for the match at 6-5 in the second set, but he didn't serve it out. And so it was a bit of a humdinger, but ultimately Marozsan getting over the line.
Yeah, I saw that one. Do you think that was more of a case of Karatsev? Obviously, we've not seen on the tour for a little while with his injury. Is that like a lack of?
That's certainly a good excuse for him, but probably because of the commanding situations or the situation he was in the first set, that doesn't hold up quite as well. I will say this: I'm relying on Eddie's commentary, but yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I'm thinking of that killer instinct on the big pressure points. Maybe
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
but
Yeah.
but
I mean,
there's a lot of
I
pressure
remember
points to choose from.
when Rafa had some match points earlier this year against Thompson in Brisbane. And yeah, I think perhaps a bit of rustiness there could have contributed to that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I
Draper
remember
holding
that.
serve, by the way, so that's decent.
Yes, served well to do so as well, which is exactly what Kokkinakis did at the end of the second set. Draper had a breakback point when Kokkinakis was serving it out, and Kokkinakis reeled off 3 brilliant serves to close out the set, and that's basically exactly what Draper's done there at 30-40.
I love this comment from Ashley about Marozsan being sneaky good. I like it because it's got the word sneaky in it. I like it because sneaky good is kind of what a drop shot is, and that's what he's kind of renowned for. But I will say a couple of things, though. One, he didn't use the drop shot so often today, Eddie was saying. But secondly, I think you cannot have a landmark win like he had against Alcaraz and then somehow sort of be sneaky in a way. I mean, maybe he's sneaky good in terms of when we actually watch him on a tennis court, but he's no longer under the radar, put it that way.
No, that's a good point. I sort of get what she means though about when you watch him. It's like it's almost like unexpected. It's not unexpected because I know he's good on clay, but then when you watch it, it's like, oh, he's actually very good on clay.
Yeah. Ghost is a Kokkinakis fan. Well, he's got a bit of catching up to do, at least in the scoreboard 3-4. Yeah, Madrid is definitely an outlier when it comes to these clay tournaments, especially the big ones anyway.
They were just checking a call there, which I think was called out, but it was actually just so marginally in. So it's 15 love to Kokkinakis there.
Okay. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, all right?
No problem. Missed a few comments just earlier on whilst John was joining us, but I see, Jake, you said you're watching Barcelona women play in the league, but also enjoying commentary. I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary. I watched Barcelona women play a bit of their game against Chelsea on Saturday in the Champions League. Obviously, first time that Chelsea have beaten them, but only 1-0 first leg. I don't think it's necessarily too worrying, but interested to hear how they're getting on in the league. And you also said Gira and Nick reunion. Well, only soon, very soon, in about 45 minutes, I would imagine. Kokkinakis 30 love up here. Oh, Ghosty. You can only be sneaky once, or you can be sneaky only once. After that, we know. Yeah, I suppose you're right, Swana. Nice to see you, by the way. Thanks for joining us. Trying to think of other players that you could describe as sneaky good. I really love that phrase, like John said. Oh, lovely inside-out forehand there from Kokkinakis for 40 love. If anyone can think of anyone else that they think is sneaky good, please let me know. Nice to see you as well, Jane. Thanks for joining us. How are you? Just going to check in on that Sara Errani Karo Wozniacki match. Oh, is Errani broken? She has. Errani has broken Wozniacki, is serving for the second set at 5-4. Wow. Fair enough. I haven't watched any of that match, obviously, because I've been watching this one, but I did see somebody talk about all the moonballing. So I think we can all guess how that one's going. Lovely forehand down the line from Draper there to make it 40-15. I'm going to watch that one again. Oh, yeah, just drops in. Little nod from Kokkinakis in acknowledgement, and 151 kilometers an hour at that speed on that winner. Whew. Lovely. Ghosty every time. That's 4 already. Cedric, thank you so much. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us, however briefly. Nice hold there from Kokkinakis to make it 4-all. And, you know, like we said before the third set, this was always going to be a close third set if they brought their best service level that we'd seen earlier on. Oh, Ghosty. I'm not reading any of what you're saying out loud, but trust me, I am reading it. You're on fire. Swanna says watching Errani Wozniacki is like time travel. Yes, I call it, I think I've referred to it as classic today. I've referred to it as vintage. It is all of the above, and it is certainly like time travel. It'd be interesting. I'm just trying to keep an eye on whether Errani serves out that second set. Be interesting if it goes to a third. $15 love here for Jack Draper. Just into a rally now. That was a nice inside-out forehand from Kokkinakis. Jack Draper does get it back, but that forehand just drifting long again. Really feels like a common theme in this match as a whole. It's 15-all. Sara Errani with 3 set points here against Wozniacki. Ashley feels this match deserves a third set tiebreaker. It does certainly feel like that is on the cards in this one. And it feels like it deserves it. Like you say, both of them have had a set where they have had a much higher level than the other. This third set, it feels like they've both raised their level. Very possible that that could take them to a tiebreaker. But as I said a little bit earlier, I'm a bit concerned about if it goes to that third set tiebreaker, whether that Munich tiebreaker against Taylor Fritz might stick in Jack Draper's mind, where he obviously lost that one 7-1. Going for the serve and volley again, Draper. He has done that a couple of times today. It does work. It's worked well for him, 40-15. Ghosty. Now that one. Wow, that one was that one's chock-a-block. Game point here for Draper and a nice unreturned serve to make it 5-4. So Kokkinakis is going to have to serve to stay in the match here. 5-4 down. Sara Errani, no sooner as I said she had 3 set points at 40 love, it is now deuce. So she is fighting back, is Kara Wozniacki, to try and prevent Errani from getting this second set. Elsewhere, while they just sit down on the changeover, we've got Koric and Hassan, which John obviously had some really high praise for earlier, is 6-5 on serve to Koric. Nakashima lost the first set to Bagnis 6-3. It's now on serve in the second at 2-1 to Nakashima. In the women's, Bronzetti has just won the first set against Kracheva 6-3. Wozniacki has just broken back to make it 5-5 against Errani. I think that's all that's on at the moment. Oh no, Hibino is playing Kruger. That's on serve. That's only just started 1-2. So, yeah, not having it all her own way, Sarah Errani in this second set, which is probably what we'd have imagined anyway. I was quite surprised she was serving for it.
And I'm back. What have I missed? Draper holding serve, okay?
Yes, nothing too unexpected. Apart from Sarah Errani was 5-4 up and 40 love to take the second set against Wozniacki.
Oh, that has caught
She
me
did
by
not.
surprise.
Wozniacki broke back.
Oh,
Finally.
okay. Oh, okay.
But she did have 3 set points around it.
Yeah, I did chuckle earlier when Mario said something like, "Oh, Errani has held serve," which almost feels like a break. Her serves are, let's say, they're a little bit underpowered anyway.
Slightly.
Hi, Stefano, or maybe I should say ciao. I always think it's kind of funny in Italian that ciao means both hello and goodbye. So we're never quite sure if people are coming or going. But I think Stefano is arriving, so ciao works either way. And also hi to Cedric as well. Can you both hit the like button on this video? And Stefano, maybe you've been in the chat before. If you have, I apologize. But if you haven't, then do make sure you subscribe. Let's have a look.
And it was a good first set from Bronzetti. I see you mentioned Bronzetti. She's just taken the first set 6-3 against Gracheva. So
yeah, that's a
nice
good first one for her.
I see the delightful match between Koric and Hassan. Koric has got 15-30 and he's 6-5
Oh,
up,
yeah.
maybe?
Yeah, we could be going to a third.
Joy of joys. Oh, lovely forehand down the line from Kokkinakis there. 40 love.
I just took a sip of beer and you went lovely, and I thought, oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. That was why I said, give me a minute. I just went to the kiosk to get myself. I actually went to get 2 beers, but I was like about 18 cents short because they only take cash, I think, under 10 euros. So I just bought one in the end. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, there's a cash machine nearby as well, but it just would have been too much effort.
Too much effort for a second beer.
Yeah, especially as I'm planning on having a shower, and then, yeah, when Greg gets here, I'll disappear again, and then Nick will be here half an hour later as well. So hopefully you'll be well stocked. And I know this is your second stint today, so as I wrote in that message earlier, whenever you want to leave, you just leave. I see Kokkinakis has held.
Yeah, that was a really strong service game to make it 5-all. And like Ashley said earlier, I think we're possibly looking at a third set tiebreak here.
Could well be.
Which I was just saying, obviously Draper sort of fall apart. It might be a bit strong, but definitely didn't show up to that third set tiebreak against Taylor Fritz in Munich.
Yeah, yeah.
It's whether that sticks in his head if this does go to that.
And we've got a set point for Borna Coric after Hassan puts a backhand into the net. I mean, this is a match that Coric should be winning, even a Coric that's been on and off the tour for the last year or so.
Yeah.
Draper getting a nice little beginning to his service game.
Yeah, 30 love. Like I said, they're both sort of looking pretty comfortable. 40 love now for Draper on their own service games.
George is going to have a second serve to look at here. Good work, though, from Hassan to save it.
Another really confident service game from Jack Draper. Holds to love to make it 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, Draper obviously got off to a flying start. I think it was 3 love and 5-2. And then obviously ultimately winning that first set. And then it was Kokkinakis who was out of the blocks pretty quick in the second, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just ups the I think he became more aggressive, but also his serve just got a million times better. So he was getting through his own service games a lot easier. And then he was a lot more aggressive on that return game at 3-2, I think, to make it 4-2. When he broke, he nearly broke to love there. I think Jack Draper just managed to get 1 point at love 40. But yeah, it was really, he had all the momentum. He was also getting the crowd involved, as he does, using their sort of support to push him through there, Kokkinakis.
The weather this year doesn't look as nice as it did a year ago. It was very warm and sunny when I was there for pretty much I was there for the entire 2 weeks last year. I arrived I was in Barcelona doing the tournament there, and I got I got a train at like 6 a.m. from Barcelona, getting into Madrid about 9 or 10 in the morning, and then just having a nice sort of 3 weeks in Spain, really, covering the two tournaments. But yeah, this year looks much chillier, at least on this particular day. I see people are wrapped up pretty warm. Coric is going to have another set point. It hailed here a little while ago. We're having some really chilly. Oh, Coric has got the job done on the fourth time of asking.
Finally.
Yeah. It was a backhand into the net from Hassan off a short ball. So into a third set we go there. Kokkinakis will be serving to stay in the match, of course. What's been going on with Coric? Has been injured. I think he has had some spells out, but nothing like... I mean, for a year or two, we barely saw Coric on the tour through injury. And then he did unbelievably in that Cincinnati run. And then in the 2 years since Cincinnati, he has been fit more often than not, but his results have just fallen off the cliff, with the exception of Madrid and Rome. Madrid, he got to the semis last year before losing in straight sets to Alcaraz, and in the quarters he lost in Rome. So he's defending those points right now. But in terms of Coric and injuries, there's kind of two parts to it, in that he's been injury plagued throughout his career, but it hasn't been that bad in the last 18 months compared to the previous sort of 18 months to that. No, he's just been going out early at a lot of tournaments, but he has missed a few as well.
He sort of dips in and out of form, it feels like, more than anything injury-based for me.
Listen, he's so inconsistent that he can almost lose to anyone on the tour, and he can almost beat anyone on the tour. But I would say this, that if you tipped him to go out early, even though he's inconsistent, you're probably going to get that more right than tipping him to, go deep or win a tournament. Yeah,
certainly at the moment.
It feels like Cincinnati is going to be an outlier. That's how it feels anyway. And he's decent on the clay, by the way. He's just, It seems to me like confidence as well. I mean, I know I talked about some technique there, but the technique is clearly there. But he's at a low ebb at the moment, I would suggest. And if he was to lose today, that would get even lower. Kokkinakis, 15 all.
Yeah, they're just waiting for some people to come in and sit down at the moment for quite a while.
Okay.
For some reason, but no, they're back on now. 15 all, but you just feel like, exactly, he's going to pull a good set. Oh, never mind, he's fallen over. You all right?
Oh.
He's fine. It felt like he was going to pull out a good serve. That's what he's been doing most of the time when he's under any sort of pressure. He just pulls out a great serve, sorts it out. He did there, but Jack Draper did a good job in returning it. And then when Kokkinakis came to the net to put away the +1 forehand, he goes back towards Draper for some unknown reason, who pulls off a great passing shot, and
2 points away.
Ends up in the play. Yeah.
It felt that way last week with Rybakina as well. Every time she was in a sticky moment on serve, she would just pull out a big serve, particularly in the earlier or the non-final rounds when she was going 3 in just about every single match. Every time she was in trouble. I remember poor old Jasmine Paolini, who was fighting and fighting and fighting and really had to fight to get to that third set. But and she had several breakpoint opportunities before winning the second set, by the way. But yeah, big serve just kept coming out, and I see Kokkinakis has got back to 30 all.
Yeah, with big serve, big +1 forehand. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
His sort of MO today.
Mm-hmm.
Sean's saying that Draper desperately needs a win because he looked upset with his last loss. I do think that's true. I think he's starting to have like, I suppose, you know, he's had so many injuries and now it feels like he's sort of overcoming that, but still maybe losing more than he'd like. And I think it might be starting to sort of affect his confidence a little bit. I think it's possible he was thinking his main issue was that he keeps getting injured. And once that stops, he'll be able to really kick on. That's just not quite happened for him yet.
Yeah. I see Greg is just
Sarah Errani.
Go on, Sarah Errani, what?
Sorry, Sarah Errani's just taken the second set, 7-5.
Oh, wow. Greg, if you're ready, give me the thumbs up. Give me the thumbs up if you're ready, Greg. I can see you backstage. Anyway, wow. Sarah Errani has taken the second set, 7-5. Okay, thumbs are up from Greg, so here he comes. Hey, Greg, how are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm all good. Thanks. How are you?
Good. Yeah, Greg, wonderful that you can join us. I know it's just going to be an hour, but it could be a very crucial hour in terms of the next few minutes for Jack. Draper has a match point, I believe.
He does.
He absolutely does in a second set.
Yeah, I was into that match, which is why I'm a little bit late.
Yeah, that's no worries. Yeah, so he's got a match point here, Kira. Maybe you can talk us through it if you want.
Yeah, he's just come up to... Sorry, I was too late. It's already happened. He has taken it.
Wow.
Came into the net, sliced it cross court. Great point from him. Every time he's been really succeeding when he's coming to the net today, so I'm not surprised he chose that then. But really great win actually from Jack Draper, I think.
Nice one, Jack. Well done, getting over the line there. And we were just saying that Kokkinakis was getting out a bit of trouble on his serve, but he wasn't able to do so there. Greg, you said you've been watching some of this match with Draper and Kokkinakis. It sounds like it's been a pretty entertaining affair.
Oh, very, yeah. I mean, both the first, like all three sets could have gone either way. I think the first set was just the one break. I'm not sure about the second. I think it was just the one break as well. And again, both of those could have gone either way. And that last one was just Jack Draper being brilliant in that last game. Really, that was all that separated both of them. Yeah,
very fine margins. Bocic Van der Zandschulp, I see, just got underway against Chris Eubanks, and Bocic is up a break already. Bagnis won the first set over Nakashima. I think that might surprise a few of us. It certainly surprises me, given Nakashima's recent return to form. Coric and Hassan are into a third set, and Draper has just got over the line, as we said, 7-5 in the third set over Kokkinakis. So you were saying, Kira, that Draper at the net was a thing today, right?
It was, obviously. I've just got the stats on screen, actually. He came to the net 10 times, won 8 of them. So not something he was doing constantly, but something that was really working for him when he did. They also did a couple of serve and volleys that worked really well, which I don't often see from him, I don't think, when I'm thinking about it. So, slightly different tactics at certain points today. But the actual stats for the match overall are so close. Like Greg was saying, just a really, really close match that he's almost just upped his levels slightly at the end, and that's what made the difference.
Nice. And we've got Wozniacki and Sarah Errani into a third set. Sarah Errani winning that second set is kind of caught me by surprise. But you said she was serving for it at 5-3 as well, or 5-4, wasn't she, Kira?
5-4, yeah. She was 5-4 up, 40 love up, 3 set points.
Oh, okay.
Wozniacki won 5 points in a row to break back, make it 5-4, and then I didn't see what happened after that, but Sarah Errani must have held and then broke. I might have to put that one on and see how she's playing.
Yeah, do that. I mean, basically, I'd love it if you two can watch 2 different matches. Nick will be here in 25 minutes, and I know that Greg is with us for an hour, but that's fine. But yeah, if you watch 2 different matches, that would be ideal. I mean, you don't have to if you both really want to see Errani against Wozniacki, Greg. But what match have you got on your screen right now, Greg?
Well, I had the Kokkinakis match on. Obviously, that's just ended, so I've put on the Eubanks Van der Zandschulp match.
Nice. That works well.
Yeah.
That works well. Any thoughts on Madrid thus far, and any tips for the title, Greg?
Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of this morning's matches, but I tried to like keep up and see what's going on.
How was Rome, by the way?
Oh, Rome's great. Yeah. Rome's up. Yeah, brilliant. 5 days, lots of walking. Didn't make it up to the stadiums, unfortunately. I wanted to go around that sport area, but we just ran out of time completely. So we just saw lots of the historic and ancient parts of it.
Stefano is asking about apps on our phones. I basically put apps on the phones, then have to delete them, especially when I'm at the tournaments and I'm busy recording a press conference and it says my memory is full and I have to quickly delete some apps and then press record again on my phone. But I do dip in and out of various different apps. TNNS is one, but the reason I use the TNNS really is only for the fantasy. I find their stats are normally quite off, so I don't rely on them so much. But yeah, I don't know if you guys are, including, like general sports like apps, maybe for football or anything else. Don't know what you use, Greg or Kira.
Yeah, I've got loads. I just have downloaded loads of score apps. I think the one that I like to use on tennis is SofaScore, because they tell you when a break's happened, which is quite useful.
Oh, nice.
So
you get like an alert basically saying.
Yeah, I usually put alert like when someone's broken and taking the set usually. So that's quite a useful one.
When we've got sort of like we've done today with multiple streams, I sort of want to have human alerts, if you like. So, if say we were watching 3 different matches, I want, and I'm super happy when someone says, John, we've got a break point here, an interruption, like on Soccer Saturday you get. We don't do these so often like we've done today, but I've just had plenty of time on my hands, so I knew I could be managing most things today, albeit that in the end, 2 of our streams did overlap for an hour or so. So I know an hour and a half, maybe even Kira was on her own commentating on that Kokkinakis Draper match. But as always, she did great. I say as always, it's been about 6 weeks. I think Kira's been doing at least streams by herself.
I have done for such a long time.
Yeah. But anyway, Greg, you had a good time in Rome. Obviously, there will be a pretty big tournament coming up there in a few weeks.
Yep.
And of course, there'll be plenty of tournaments coming up in the UK as well, post Roland Garros. Greg, what about Emma Raducanu today losing in straight sets?
Yeah, I don't know much about her opponents. I'm not sure. Someone, when I tweeted about it,
she is in good form.
Someone replied to me that she's very good on clay. But given Raducanu's form in recent matches, I expected her to win that. So I was and the way she played just didn't really fill me with hope when I was watching it. So a little disappointed in her.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Did you catch any of the Raducanu match, Kira?
I did. I watched the first set, and it was disappointing for Raducanu, but I would say credit to Carle, because honestly, she was playing some really good stuff. Actually, I think all my Twitter feed is just how rubbish from Raducanu, but actually, I think Carle played some really good stuff to beat her. And if Raducanu had been on her level, it might have been a closer match. But I still think it was more about Carle's level than anything else.
I've just seen that volley from Draper at the net, by the way, and the angle and the
nice.
I don't know how to call it, but the flatness of it was just unbelievable. I mean, there's nothing that obviously Kokkinakis could do about it. I mean, you could argue that maybe you could have put a bit more on the passing shot, but I think he might have been surprised, because actually I'm watching the rally and I didn't expect the net rush from Draper there, but nice, very, very nice, and a lovely.
Not to go all Soccer Saturday on you, John, but Errani has just broken Wozniacki in the first game of this third set.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want. I want you to go all Soccer Saturday on me and interrupt me in especially when I'm talking about something retrospectively like that. We want to get back to the present. And wow, Errani's up a break. That'll please Jasmine Paolini, by the way, who I did see in the crowd celebrating her compatriots leveling up of the second set, making it 1 set all. So that's pretty cool. I'm gonna leave you guys and have fun. Nick will be here in about 20 minutes, as I said.
Awesome. Cheers, John.
Thanks, John. How is the match that you're going watching? Is it Van der Zandschulp that you're watching?
Van der Zandschulp, yeah. I think Eubanks has just broken back, although I was trying to focus on what you guys were saying more than what I was watching. So let me just double
I do
check
it all the time.
if he has. Yeah, so Van der Zandschulp broke initially, then Eubanks broke, and now Van der Zandschulp's broken again. So yeah, it's a bit on a nice edge, that one at the moment.
Yeah, I'm really interested by that match. Obviously, there's too many matches on in Madrid for me to watch all the ones I'm interested in. I'm sure it's the same for you.
Yeah,
I think that's an interesting matchup. I'm quite keen to see Chris Eubanks kind of increase his form a bit before the grass season, obviously, because that's where I think he could really use a bit of form going into it.
definitely. Yeah, and he had such a great run at Wimbledon last year, so I'm hoping for the same again because he's such just a likable player, isn't he? But he's one of those that everyone thought was going to hit the heights again, but I think this is kind of his level. But I'm hoping that he can get a good run of form. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Obviously, I haven't watched much of this Errani match, but so far, in this set at least, I think what she's probably doing most effectively is just moving well herself, but also moving Wozniacki around, which she's not dealing with super well.
Yeah, I've not really. I don't watch an awful lot of WTA. I'll be honest, but I did watch a bit of Wozniacki when she was having such great form at the start of the year. So yeah, this one is a bit of a shocker to me. But did she do quite all right in the Billie Jean Cup, or did you ever watch any of that?
I actually didn't end up watching much of that, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
It rings a bell, though. You're probably right. Yeah, she pulled out of the Billie Jean King Cup.
That was it. Okay.
That's the one. I was thinking there's something rings a bell about it. Yeah, she was
Yeah.
6-love, 3-love down or something, I think.
Yes, that was it. Yeah, she it was an awful scoreline for her, but she was injured. So yeah, I remembered that story, but I couldn't remember the specifics. Yeah, so Van der Zandschulp's gone up a break. Coric Hassan is on serve at the moment. Have you ever heard of Hassan before, a qualifier? Have you ever seen him before?
I don't remember seeing him play. I've definitely heard of him. I've seen, score lines from him before. Enough to think that Coric should possibly be doing better here.
Because he used to represent Lebanon and now he represents Germany or something I remember seeing the Lebanon flag next to his name, but now he's represents Germany. I think he holds dual citizenship for both, so it's a bit up in the air which one he actually plays for. But I think it's Germany.
Yeah, I see Germany everywhere, so I haven't seen that. Interesting. Yeah, John was watching that match earlier and really brought it to life for us with some of his descriptions of the horrible shot making from both players. So,
is it not being a good level?
Apparently, the quality is not quite there.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's one of those I've had on in the background, but not really kept an eye on it. So I've just sort of seen the score line go now. So yeah, it's hard to tell with score lines how people are actually playing.
Exactly. You find yourself sort of seeing a 6-3, 6-3 and saying, oh, that's probably looked quite straightforward. And then you get somebody in the chat saying, I watched it. It was not straightforward at all. I'm sorry.
Yes. I didn't watch it. So how can I comment?
I don't know. I shouldn't have said anything. I've learned that. I don't
yes, I've learned that as well.
Straightforward. Do you have any picks for the winner of this tournament? Who you think might win on either the ATP or the WTA? Yeah,
so I think, I did my ATP preview and I think I said Sinner, which is the boring shout. But I just think he's just the best in the world at the moment. And I think he's got quite he has Sonego in the next, Sonego or Gasquet in the next round. But from then on, it's quite favourable for him. So I see him getting quite deep in the tournament. But yeah, he could face Medvedev in the semis, which could be a really good match, or Rude in the quarters. I think that's his quarter. So it'll be tricky once he gets to that point, but I think I think he'll do all right. What about yourself?
Oh, I'd love to see a Sinner Casper Ruud quarter, to be honest, at the moment, just with Casper's current form. I feel like everyone's sort of brushed over the fact that he beat Djokovic in Monte Carlo, because obviously he didn't go on to win the title.
That's true, yeah.
I sort of feel like everyone's like, oh yeah, well, Casper did that, but who cares? I think it was a big deal. I think for him,
it was a massive deal. Oh, for him, it'll be a thing, because he lost 3 Grand Slam finals to 3 exceptional players, so he's been really unlucky in that respect. But to get that first ever win against the world number 1, that probably did him wonders for his confidence and why he just went and won Barcelona.
Absolutely, totally agree. So I do think Casper Ruud. People have obviously been talking about there's Sinner, there's Alcaraz, who are top notch. They are most people's picks, especially Sinner. And then some people are bringing in Tsitsipas and Ruud because of their recent clay form. I would say Ruud has more of a chance than Tsitsipas to do something here in Madrid for me.
Okay.
But Sinner still has more of a chance than anyone else. So it just sort of feels silly to predict anyone but Sinner at the moment for me. But be interesting.
Yeah, and one person I'm interested to see what he does is Zverev. He's won it twice, and I just don't know. And he's got to the final, as well. So I'm not sure how he's going to do. And given like his form's been a bit iffy, I want to say he's not been like at his absolute best, but he's not been terrible either. So I'm really curious to see how he does as well.
In one way, he's had a pretty consistent year so far in terms of where he's getting in tournaments. He's getting to around the same positions every time, quarters, semis, not making finals, but doing pretty well. But that loss to Garin in Munich felt like a bit of a dip for me. It would be interesting to see how he bounces back from that. I watched quite a bit of that and I thought he didn't look good at all. So it'd be interesting to see how he plays in Madrid.
Definitely. Van der Zandschulp's just taken the first set against Eubanks 6-3. Only 4 unforced errors, 17 from Eubanks and 5 winners each. So pretty close, but Van der Zandschulp's just the more consistent player in that one, definitely.
Yeah, 17 unforced errors in the first set. That's quite a lot from Eubanks.
Not great. Yeah, and service numbers aren't doing much better either. So yeah, hopefully in half an hour. So hopefully he can get this going and make it more competitive in the next one.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Wozniacki's just held her serve for 2-1, but I was going to say Errani then, just put it all together. Errani is still a breakup.
Okay.
Which is still a bit shocking to me, even though I'm watching it, but wow.
It's one of those you just can't believe. Like, what are their rankings at the moment? Are they very far apart, or?
A good question. I think Wozniacki is still.
She has a wild card, so it's going to be quite low.
Down. I don't think she's made top 100 yet. No, 118 Wozniacki. Errani would probably be higher than that for me. Yeah, 100 exactly by the looks of it.
100. Okay, cool.
So not too far away. There's just so much moonballing in this. It's so much of it. Oh well.
Kashima's almost, I think, about to break here. He's 40-15 up with 2 set points. So he could be going on to a better one in that all qualifier match.
Yeah, I would have expected him to do better there, so I'm not surprised he's making a bit of a fight.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a run, isn't he? Like, he spent a lot of time in the challengers, and now he's sort of getting back into the ATP Tour where he belongs, I think, because he's a very talented player. But was it an injury that brought him to the challengers, and he just spent a while there trying to get his form back? I think it was.
As far as I remember, yeah, I think so. I don't think it was necessarily a lengthy injury, but it just sort of.
No,
I might be wrong, but it doesn't feel like it was.
Yeah, it just sort of knocked his confidence a bit. I remember just looking at challenger draws and seeing his name there, and he didn't really get very far in them. And Yeah, he's always one that I've sort of looked out for because he was in the under 21 ATP final last year, I think it was, or the year before that. I can't remember.
Yes, no, I remember that. It was one of those years for sure. But he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah,
I'd
definitely.
be excited to see him sort of get a bit of confidence in him as well.
Yeah, Magnus has just saved that 1 set point, so it's going again.
Errani love 30 here on serve, and Wozniacki just really trying to attack the serve now because obviously it is attackable.
Yeah.
So she should be attacking it, I think.
Okay, that's gone to juice now, that Nakashima Magnus one, so might still be on serve by the end of that.
Yeah. It's love 40 now, so 3 break points, or break back points for Wozniacki. Oh, an incredibly wayward ball toss from Errani there. That went right over her head, back behind her.
Is it particularly windy, or was that just a weird ball toss?
I think she just did it badly.
Okay.
Don't think it's windy.
I try and look for a positive there, but
I know.
Yeah.
But she sort of did the same on the next one, but still hit the serve, and it allowed Wozniacki to attack it really well. So she's broken to love there, Wozniacki. Get it back on serve at 2-2.
And so has Koric. He's just broken in that final set, so he leads 4-2 now.
Maybe he's upped his game since John was despairing over it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he lost the first set on a breaker, and then he's now won the second, now break up in the third. So it looks like he might be up in his game.
Yeah.
And then Magnus did get back game, so it's still on serve there, 5-5 in the second.
Hello.
Hello, Nick.
Nice to see you, Nick.
Nice to see you as well. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Right. I got back from work 20 minutes ago. I've had some food. I'm fueled up, ready for tennis. Talk to me. What's happened so far today?
You go first, Greg.
Oh, God, a lot. Right, where do I start?
Don't tell me everything. Just tell me the most important information.
Okay. Draper won. Draper got his win against Kokkinakis. Played very well, I think. Both of them did. It was a very good match. Monfils lost at straights, which I found quite surprising against Dardari. I think that's how you pronounce it, the Italian. Marajan kept on his great Masters form and won 2 breakers against Karatsev. And that's pretty much it for the ATP side. Do you want to do the WTA?
Sure, we can share it. Why not? It's a great way to do it. Raducanu lost to Carle straight sets, 6-2, 6-2. Very disappointing performance from Raducanu, coupled with a very impressive performance from Carle. Elsewhere, Harriet Dar, after coming through the qualifiers so well, lost 6-4, 6-4 to Buxer. Osaka with a really strong win against Minan, probably stronger than I expected. And Badosa out in 3 sets to Busas Maniero, fellow Spaniard. That's the headlines. Oh, Sloane Stephens against Trevisan was probably the highlight of the day on the WTA. That was very close. Sloane Stephens took it 6-4 in the third.
So mostly as expected. Raducanu going out was probably the biggest surprise of that. yeah, as you say, like the performance not quite there. So I will be a little bit honest. I was trying to listen to as much commentary as I could from John, Eddie, and the gang whilst at work, but couldn't necessarily hear everything. But from what Eddie was saying, Emma wasn't playing too good. I have Mira Andreeva getting underway against Taylor Townsend on my screen. Which matches do you two have?
So I have Errani against Wozniacki, which is proving very interesting. Errani here with another break point, and she's taken it. It's so weird, this match, honestly. So she's 3-2 up and a break, Errani, in this third set.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got Van der Zandschulp against Eubanks. Van der Zandschulp took the first set 6-3, was the most dominant player, basically. They broke a few times with each other, like break. So, yeah, a bit of top and turn there, but yeah, it's on serve in the second.
Okay. Errani beating Wozniacki is a little bit of a surprise to me. I mean, they're not exactly power players. I thought it might be a bit of a grind, but I did think that Wozniacki would be winning that match. But credit to Errani, she's continued to scrap away on the tour despite the fact that she's long past her best days.
Yeah, I mean, it's I was just saying to Greg, it's a shock to me too that she's ahead in this match, and I'm watching it. I'm struggling to articulate in what way she is coming out on top here.
But she's losing.
Yeah, in a way. I think, to be fair, Errani is, as I said a minute ago, sort of moving well herself. So even though her serve obviously is not winning her any points, Wozniacki's also not a big hitter. So her return of Errani's serve, Errani's able to sort of move well, get to that and get it into a rally where she looks more comfortable. So she's moving well, but she's also moving Wozniacki well, who obviously we don't know how good she is after pulling out of the Billie Jean King Cup with injury. I feel like her movement maybe isn't at its very best, and that's helping Errani today.
Yeah, I forgot about that withdrawal because I remember going, whoa, Wozniacki retired without winning a game. That's big, and then completely forgot about it. But you're right. We don't know what kind of state she's in. And if she's vulnerable to being moved around, then that makes complete sense. I have to say with your match, Greg, I wasn't expecting Eubanks to be making that much of an impact. No offense to Eubanks, but clay does not feel like his surface.
I agree. He just seems to make a game out of something that might not be his game, if you know what I mean. So I was hoping for a bit more from him, but he made like, I think it was like 17 unforced errors or something high like that. So he's definitely not feeling it today. But yeah, it's still on serve in the second, so maybe he can pull something out.
On my screen, there's a second break point from Taylor Townsend in the opening game against Mira Andreeva. Andreeva's already saved one break point, and maybe Andreeva potentially hitting the first rough patch of her career as she goes long with that backhand, and Townsend is now striding to the change of ends, ready to a break up already. But obviously after the Australian Open, where Andreeva was backed to get to the quarterfinals by some people, not me, but like I know a lot of people going very hyped about her potentially beating Krejcikova for a third time, getting to the quarters. She loses in the last 16. Then after then, she struggles a little bit. She seemed to be injured in like February, March, struggling to win matches. Seems to have hit the ground running again after Rouen, making quarterfinals there. But now maybe with a little bit of expectation on her shoulders, even though she's still only 16, she's coming to the venue that she had her big breakthrough on, and everyone got to know her name. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Kira.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said in general about Andreeva and that sort of general trend of a player, I hate this phrase, but bursting onto the scene, Micah Richards style. And I just think then that immediate influx of attention and expectation and all of that, I think is incredibly hard to deal with, whatever age you are, let alone at 16. I just think that is so. And obviously, when she actually burst onto the scene in a way. She wasn't 16, she was 15. So I just think that is so difficult to deal with. I think she's done well. You know, she's not completely disappeared from the radar since then. We've seen her do well in tournaments. We've seen her have some success, and I think we shouldn't have quite so much expectation for her yet. And we should just enjoy this journey that she's on, which I think seems like it's very obviously going to get to a great destination at some point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, let's face it, she has a pretty impressive year after breaking through in Madrid. If you look at the year-to-date rankings, she is top 50. Like, obviously, well, I think she's top 40. She might drop a few places after Madrid, depends on how well she can defend those points. Not going well so far, 30-15 Townsend in this game. But I agree with you. I think we've got to go on the journey with her, but a little bit like with Goff when she came through at a similar age at Wimbledon. I certainly think that having Andreeva as the 5th highest in the odds, which is what I'm seeing on Twitter, to win the French Open, like after Goff, Swiatek, Rybakina, Sabalenka, not in that order. I think Swiatek is miles ahead, but the top 4. And then it's Andreeva, and I'm looking at that going, that's clearly being put together by someone who's just looking at the hype. Do I think she's got the capability of winning a Grand Slam? I think the fact she's performing this well at a young age suggests yes. Do I think she's going to win a Grand Slam at 17? No.
No, absolutely not. It's that simple, isn't it? I think people who are creating odds do not care about who's going to win a tennis tournament at all, but they do care about who is being talked about most, so that people who are betting are going to see those names and be like, oh, I've seen that name. That could be a name that could be good. And that's what they're looking for. So I don't really take much notice of it myself.
Townsend has held serve for 2-love. Greg, where are you on the Andreeva train?
I mean, you summed it up brilliantly. So I don't think there's much more I can say on that one. But I think she will win a Grand Slam like you. But yeah, not at 17. And given the competition ahead of her and like how young Goff and Swiatek are, it's going to be tough anyway. So yeah, I mean, there's not much more I can add on that one. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, well, something you can add on is how is the match between Van der Zandschulp and Eubanks going? Is that Van der Zandschulp tightening his grip over it?
I mean, Eubanks is starting to play much better. He was just 30-15 down and managed to 15-30 down and managed to close it out really well with some great shots. So it seems like he's trying to pull his authority on this match as well. Van der Zandschulp seems to be making some more errors. So yeah, I'm interested to see where this one goes, actually.
We might about to have a match result on court 3 as Borna Coric is 2 points away from beating Hassan. As Kira was saying earlier, maybe potentially upping his quality a little bit. So we'll have to see. But is Wozniacki still struggling to break through against Errani?
She is, yeah. So she's just held serve for 4-3, but Errani's still with the break. They're just sat down on the changeover now. Wozniacki has broken Errani in this set, so I don't put it past her to do it again, but she is sort of just struggling with the sort of Errani's creativity, moving her about and stuff. She doesn't look like she's gaining any momentum at the moment.
Oh, there we go. So she's rapidly running out of time, or very slowly running out of time, because it sounds like it's a lot of long rallies.
Yeah, it's very slow. This is a slow death for whoever doesn't make it through.
I'm hoping it's not a slow death for you having to watch it.
I'm loving it.
That's what I like to hear. This is good. This is good. Andreeva's got break point on court Arantxa Sanchez Vicario. I'm trying to think, actually, who's on Manolo Santana at the minute? Is it it's the Errani match, isn't it? Errani Wozniacki's on the other main court.
Yes.
Manolo Santana.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, Julian. Lovely to see you today. Great to have you with us for this momentous opening day in Madrid. It looks like it's a tremendous amount of fun. Although I am very excited that the seeds are going to be in action. I think, and Greg, I'd love to hear your opinion on this. The current format for these 2 week 1000s, it feels like a very sluggish start when you've got the top 32 seeds all getting buys. And so the kind of big name clashes take a while to happen.
Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of buys in general. I don't know why. I just like to have all of them in the first round, and I like to have upsets happen if they're going to happen in the first few days. And I think I get that if you're higher up in the seeds, you've done well, so you maybe get a buy into second and get a better start. But I do like the fact that I don't like the fact, that it takes a while for these masters to keep going, and then into the end of the week we get all the big name matches. Borna Koric actually has just won against Hassan from a step down, so that's a good win for him.
There we go. Borna Koric is through into the next round after briefly looking like he might not be. Brandon Nakashima's trying to save his position in the tournament. He's 5-4 up in second set tiebreak with serve, but Bagnis potentially 3 points away from knocking out Brandon Nakashima, who obviously made headlines for upsetting Andrei Rublev in Barcelona. So that's all underway. Andreeva's held, by the way, so for 2-1. So keeping an eye on that. But certainly at the minute, this feels like a very close match, maybe slightly more favourable for Andreeva. Break point for Kira on Manuel Santana.
Oh, is there? Not yet on mine.
Oh no.
It's all right.
Okay. Google's telling me there's a break point on your match.
Yes, there is now. I'm slightly behind, clearly. But Wozniacki, Errani was actually 30 love up here. And Wozniacki has hit at least 2 brilliant backhands down the line to win points here. She sort of seems to be going more aggressive, which seems like an obvious tactic. I wonder whether it's something she's not able to sort of keep up all the time, because she seems to be doing it sometimes and unable to execute it on others. But she has got a break point here.
All right, we'll stay with you, Kira, then, to see if we can bring it up to date and see if we can get some late drama in Errani versus Wozniacki. Can the Dane break back?
No, she can't. It's juice. That was very
wow. That was an anticlimax. Never mind.
Sorry, guys. No suspense here. Just just an unreturned serve, and then another unreturned serve to give Errani advantage.
How is Errani making unreturned serves?
This is what I mean. I'm watching it and I can't tell you. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a highly professional stream. We all know what we're talking about.
It's sport. We just watch and we don't understand things happen sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's probably because Wozniacki is obviously recognizing Errani's serve as the, not to be rude, but the weakness that it is in her game. And she's going for those returns massively, which I don't think is necessarily what Wozniacki wants to be doing. So she's hitting quite a lot of them long. She did then attack the next serve with an inside-out forehand that was stunning and won and was a winner. And she's now got break point again.
Okay, so we are still going to be looking at this result then. So we're going to we'll bring you up to date with all of that. But yes, there's definitely some interesting stuff in there. I mean, look, I will kind of say that, look, I don't know what I'm talking about either. I put a tweet out earlier, completely forgetting that Goff and Sabalenka were on opposite sides of the Madrid draw, but that's a whole different subject.
Wozniacki has broken, by the way. She a good return of serve there from Wozniacki after a few ropey ones, and a good forehand down the line. So 4-4 back on serve.
Can Wozniacki make use of this momentum, which Kira's saying she doesn't understand how she's losing the match? So in theory, Wozniacki should be able to use the momentum to turn things around.
Yeah, in a way. It's not that I don't. It's so hard to describe. It's because what Errani's doing doesn't look that good, but it is working. So it is good. I'm not taking anything away from her because it is working against Wozniacki. She's obviously tactically got this right to be making this such a close game, but it just doesn't look that good. So it's quite confusing.
There we go. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Greg, do you want to update us on what's happening with your match?
Yeah, so Van der Zandschulp has just broken to love Eubanks' serve. Eubanks was love 30. Eubanks was love 30 up on those Van der Zandschulp serve, but couldn't hold it out. And then he's just gone and done that. And that final shot that Eubanks hit was one of those that he was right by the net, forehand, hit it straight in the net, and it kind of just summed up his game, really. So, yeah, he's not looking too good at the moment. And just on another match that Facundo Bagnis has won against Nakashima. So he took that tie break 7-6-5.
I was about to update on that. So thanks for doing that, Greg.
That's all.
On these things. Yeah, plenty of going on around the grounds. Other live matches happening. Magdalena Freck is a set down to Jacqueline Christian, currently battling a little bit on court 5. And Ashlyn Kruger is a setup against Now Hibino. Still plenty of other matches to come here in Madrid, but we are focusing here as Townsend has held to 30 against Mira Andreeva. I am not really talking through things because I'm keeping an eye on what's going on. Is Wozniacki looking like she's going to hold serve, Kira?
Not right now. It's 15:30. Just struggling a bit. Errani sort of going for the moon ball on the return quite often, and just it's it's just really difficult for Wozniacki to sort of gain any momentum at all. I think when Errani's so good at disrupting that.
Do you appreciate a good moon ball, Kira? Clue. That was a sigh. He told you everything.
Is it my favourite shot in tennis? No. Can I appreciate a good moon ball? I suppose so.
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly, if I must. That was a wonderful lob, to be fair, from Errani. Really good.
So that 15-40.
15-40.
Oh no, it's all coming apart for Wozniacki. Andreeva's just attempted a drop shot that would have been wonderful had it not just missed the line, and now she's gone along with a backhand 30-all. Ashley, yes. Has Lamont played yet? Yes. Unfortunately, he lost it. He lost. Is that right, Greg?
That's right. Yeah, lost in straights to Dardari, the Italian.
Yeah, it didn't look like he showed up for that one. Kira, break point.
Yeah, saved by Wozniacki. The first one with a nice forehand cross-court winner. But she's still got another one to face here at 30-40.
Unbelievable here on the match I'm watching, as a really, really good drop shot was from Andreeva, was just picked up by Townsend on the run and scooped past the young Russian. And Townsend has a point for a double break in the first set.
Wozniacki just saved breakpoint number 2, painted the line with her backhand down the line there, and needs to, because Errani's movement is good today. So if she doesn't hit her spots, Errani is going to get to the ball.
Townsend's got the double break, 4-1. A forehand attempt up the line for Andreeva goes long, and yeah, she's in the Russian is in all kinds of trouble at the minute. Could be about to lose a big chunk of points here in Madrid.
Taylor Townsend looking good though, in fairness.
Townsend is a player who was always going to give anyone she faced problems, especially on this surface in these conditions.
Absolutely.
Have you seen that she and Goff are teaming up in the doubles this tournament?
I have not. I didn't realise that. That's quite exciting. I've sort of wanted to see a non Pegula partnership for Goff for some time, so I'm quite excited about that.
Is that some Pegula shade?
Sorry?
Is that some Pegula shade?
Oh,
Absolutely not. It is, however, some Goth Pagula partnership shade, perhaps, but certainly
don't
not
think they
particularly
well
to JPEG.
Okay, so you don't necessarily think they work well together.
I don't think it's working for them anymore. I certainly don't think it's working for them enough for them to stick with that partnership in all tournaments going forward. I don't see why they wouldn't explore some other options. Also, just in terms of they're both, obviously focused on singles. Why not explore some other doubles options, see what works, rather than sticking together when I feel like that partnership has started to fade out as they focus on singles more.
Yeah, it makes sense. They've both got a lot of intense draws coming up, and they were both playing a heck of a lot of tennis with the success they were having on both tours. Greg, have you seen any Madrid doubles partnerships on the ATP side that excite you? I think some of the
there were a few. Yeah, there were a few that came up. I will just remind myself of them, but there was a few that I saw and I was quite excited for it. I'm not sure where they're listed.
Shelton's partnering with someone interesting,
Fritz.
isn't he? Fritz, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. That looks like a good one. So I'm just going to try and find the draw.
While you're doing that, has Wozniacki been broken, Kira?
Not as far as I... It was for... Wait, sorry. I totally lost the plot there just because I was focusing on...
It's fine. We distracted you.
No, it's fine. Yes, Errani did take a break point eventually. She must have taken it after they went to deuce. So she is serving for the match.
Townsend expertly moving Andreeva around the court, hitting into space, and Andreeva couldn't run that one down 15-all. So we'll keep an eye on the result of that Errani-Wozniacki match, and Errani potentially putting off. It's weird to say upset because I think she's still ranked ahead of Wozniacki right now. But if this match took place 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it would still be an upset.
Yeah, I think it is an upset for most people. It's certainly against the expectations.
Yeah. I mean,
one doubles draw that I found was Bublik Shapovalov. They're teaming up. That was a weird one that I saw.
That's going to be explosive.
Yeah. You can. That's not going to be boring. I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, they're both going to be telling the crowd to shut up, and I am abbreviating.
Yes, we all know what you mean.
Paraphrasing somewhat.
Because obviously they've got that new that's the rules, haven't they, for doubles this tournament, where singles get to enter through their singles ranking.
Yes, that's
true.
Right. Yeah, they're experimenting with the format in doubles. Labutis in the chat is clearly frustrated. Clearly cannot believe that Wozniacki is about to lose to Errani. Andreeva's got points to break back against Townsend, who drop shots. Andreeva's going to run up to it, but a drop shot's just too good, and it feels like Townsend's just showing this youngster how to do a proper drop shot. Saves the first break point. Which match do you think you're going to go to after this Errani Wozniacki match if it finishes here, Kira?
Great question. I'm just trying to think what's next on the main
next match on the court is Shapovalov, actually. He's playing Diaz Acosta.
I might take a quick trip over to a different match, but I will probably end up on the Shapovalov match. Yeah, that sounds interesting, particularly against Diaz Acosta on clay.
Yeah. Your other options being Freck Christian and Hibino Kruger. Andreeva has broken 2-4, gets one of the breaks back. So those matches are live right now. Or you can join Greg or I on our matches, which actually we haven't asked Greg for an update for a while on Van der Eubanks. Van der Schanshoff serving for the match, right?
He is. You've come at a right point because Eubanks has a break point to stop him from doing so. So this could be it's just her serve wide. So he's going to go second serve now. Down the line, Eubanks hits it back and out. So he's gone deuce on that one. So that was in a tough, tight end to the set or match potentially.
We'll focus a bit more on you, Greg, for this one then. By the way, feel free to jump in if anything like really important is happening in any of your matches. I think we've got like potential last game of both Kira and Greg's matches.
Wozniacki has a break point here to stop Errani serving for it, though.
Oh, here we go. This is tennis all over the place. I'm loving it.
Too much.
Whichever, I'm going to stay quiet, and whichever one of you has a point result first, shout.
Wozniacki has broken.
Here we go.
That was
There we
quick.
go.
Sorry. Errani backhand just sort of drifted, not far wide, but it was wide. And she's checking it with Hawkeye, but it was definitely wide. So it wasn't that close. It was very wide. So 5-all.
Tight finish in on court Manolo Santana. What about your match, Greg?
Van der Zandschulp's hit a lovely down the line forehand just to get advantage and another match point.
All right, we'll stay with you, Greg.
First match point, I think.
First match point. Stay with you, Greg.
Yep.
Good to see this.
Okay, first match point. Taking the serve. It served served it, and Eubanks hit out. So Van der Zandschulp wins 6-3, 6-3. Straight sets against Eubanks.
Fantastic. Great result for the Dutchman, Patrick van der Zandschulp, and hopefully he will be getting his mojo back after a bit of a tough year after losing the Munich final last year. Lovely to have you here, Jake. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's nice to see that you enjoy the combo that that Kira and I have. However, I do feel like poor Greg is being sidelined, and you are...
Not on. Thank you, though, Jake. I appreciate it. You've been here for a very long time, even when I was doing my hour-and-a-half stint on my own. So thanks for sticking with us.
Yes, I didn't know which stream to watch when it was having my headphones at work, which was very difficult because I had to make sure I had other tabs open and no one was looking over my shoulder to see how it looked like. Why have you got YouTube on?
I could imagine.
To be fair, you're allowed to have music on YouTube, so like just stick in some commentary, you're fine.
So what's a tennis commentary? That's just music, right? Music to your ears.
Yeah, exactly. It's not unusual for me during the French Open to either have a talking tennis stream on or Radio Roland Garros on when I'm working. Yeah. Jordan saying disappointing loss for Eubanks. But I'm not sure. We weren't predicting him to win that one, especially since Patrick Van was pretty good.
Yeah, I think he could have played better though. I think he had moments there in the second set where he broke a couple of times in the first as well. So he had moments there where he could have gone ahead and got a set at least. But yeah, I think overall it only took an hour and 5 minutes for him to lose. So I think it could have gone a bit better for him there. Definitely, I think I would say a disappointing loss. But not unexpected, if you know what I mean, result-wise.
Yeah, maybe like a disappointing performance rather than the actual loss itself, if we expected him to lose a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. He could have imposed himself on that. I think maybe if he got a set and lost, it would have been fine, fair play. But I think a straight set and in that quicker time as well, a bit disappointing.
Andreeva's having trouble holding serve here. She double faulted at game point at advantage. So it's back to deuce, and Townsend's really going after this. Andreeva's not having a good serving day. She's put a forehand into the net, and it's advantage Townsend to reinstate the double break and go 5-2 up. But talking about Eubanks, Van der Zandschulp, I mean, if that was a hard court match, we'll be pretty excited for it because they're both Grand Slam quarterfinalists, and that surface would even out their potential, really, especially if it was in the US.
Yeah, totally agree. Even if it was on grass, I reckon that would have been a great match to watch. So, clay might not have suited both of them. The wrong match to draw them on, unfortunately.
What's Botic's record on grass?
Oh God, I wouldn't even know where to find that.
No, never mind. Don't worry about it. That was just one of those things. I forget sometimes that I'm not talking to Vance. She probably does know this off the top of his head.
Yes, yeah. He probably would.
But he's a freak of statistical nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's there for.
In the most impressive of ways.
That's one of the reasons why we call him Dr. Vance. The other
Break point here for Sarah Errani. Sorry to interrupt you, Nick.
Go on.
30-40 on the Wozniacki serve, which does seem to happen every time Wozniacki. Oh, that's brilliant from Errani. Oh my goodness, a brilliant backhand down the line, sort of Wozniacki style, because Wozniacki's been using that really effectively. But it was Errani's turn this time, and she does get the break, so she's serving for it again at 6-5.
Is this now a battle to hold serve? This is now one of those WTA battles where like it's just whoever's going to hold serve that's going to win it.
Yeah, it does. It didn't feel like that earlier, but it has. Well, you could say evolved or devolved. It's up to you into that, certainly.
Got a Hawkeye call here. Andreeva's challenging a shot from Townsend that she thinks is over the baseline. If it is over the baseline, then Andreeva has held, which could be a very critical game. And it was out. Andreeva's got the game. They change ends, and she's managed to avoid going a double breakdown again. That could be very interesting for the momentum of this match. But the momentum of the Errani Wozniacki match is probably where we're going to be focused on a little bit more. Stefano really hoping that Errani closes this out after what's been an overall pretty positive day for Italian tennis, especially on the women's side. Trevisan's side. And even then, she made it a good fight with Stevens, who's been looking very good on clay. Greg, which match are you switching over to?
I've just chucked the Errani Wozniacki match on just to see, because it sounds bloody exciting. So I'll have a look at that. I've only got a few minutes until I need to shoot off anyway, so I'll keep an eye on this until then.
By the way, we do have another ATP match that's just got underway as Lucas Klein and Pablo Lamas Ruiz have started. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing his name. If not, then it should be Lamas Ruiz. Which
I was going to say, you didn't say Lamas, which I feel like is fine in itself.
I'm trying to sound as Spanish as possible, which is pretty hard in a English accent.
It is.
Talk to me, Kira. Has Errani started trying to serve for the match again?
Only just on my screen, yeah. She's just served. They got into a bit of a rally, and Wozniacki tries to switch down the line, but dumps her forehand into the net, so 15-love. This has been nearly 3 hours, this match.
Good grief.
Oof, jeez.
2 hours 45.
Who says the WTA can't give you long matches?
Not me.
All you need is to throw Sara Sorribes Torbo in the mix. Or Haddad Maia.
Yeah.
Errani and Sorribes Tormo, they played each other the other day, didn't they?
Yes, they did. That was I'm pretty sure that was in Bogota, maybe? It was Bogota, because it was like an opening round, and Errani made the semis.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, she said
it's 30-15 now. Errani once again with a somehow unreturned serve to make it 30-love, but then Wozniacki's just put away a good forehand cross court at the net for 30-15.
Which is the better watch, this or Oppenheimer?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know. That's me.
Neither would I. I haven't got around to seeing it yet, and I can say someone who enjoys Nolan.
I've seen it. It's fantastic, so I wouldn't even know, because I've not watched this all the way through. So go and watch all that all the way through. Find
fantastic.
It out.
I'd maybe.
Yeah.
We're tennis fans. We will quite happily sit and rather go and watch this than watch whatever fancy films out in the cinema.
Absolutely, and I think I'm more on the Barbie side of that debate. So this is better than Barbie anyway.
Yeah.
It's a match point for Errani here. Slightly more on topic. Just about to serve. Is that in? That did not look in. No.
Only 2 seconds, guys.
Okay, well, Greg wanting to make the most of this match, I think. Kira, match point. Let's go.
Yes, she's just served, and then I think I couldn't tell what was happening for a while, but I think she was getting Hawkeye to check it, but it again was quite clearly out. So second serve here for Errani on match point. Oh my god, she's got underarm. She's got underarm. Wozniacki, they're in a rally. She did get it back. Sara Errani's gone for the passing shot, but Wozniacki gets to it, hits a cross-court backhand, saves the match point. Sorry, the underarm so threw me. I can't believe she went underarm on match point.
That was an incredible piece of commentary, Kira.
I love it.
I hope you clip that.
I love an underarm serve.
You don't think it's disrespectful?
Oh, sorry for anyone who thinks it's disrespectful.
I
don't.
don't think it's disrespectful. I think it's a legitimate tactic.
It's a tactic. If you can do it legitimately, I don't see how that's disrespectful.
It's
She
like
has
the
just won it as well. Sorry, I missed that because I was excited about the underarm. She has taken her second match point, and she's beat Wozniacki. And honestly, fair play to her. I think she's done really well, like tactically more than anything else today, to beat Wozniacki. And she looks so delighted.
Yeah, I bet she is. You know, this is like a sort of a nice boost the autumn of Errani's career, really. As someone who's kind of been a bit of a wilderness since sort of 2013, maybe, given she was multiple Grand Slam semi-finalist, Grand Slam finalist back in 2012 French Open. Yeah, good result for her, and I think the Italian Stefano is very, very happy with this result.
Yeah, and I think Sean summed it up really well, actually, with saying it would be disrespectful if Iga did it while she was bageling everyone. I actually do agree. Like, if Iga's 5-love up and she does an underarm serve, you would think, come on now, that's there's no need. But in a general, close match, I don't see it as anything other than a legitimate tactic to catch people off guard.
What did you make of the day Daniel Medvedev served underarm match point down against Stefanos Tsitsipas at the French?
Loved it. Loved every second of that.
As
I do any time they play each other. Every second is so precious to me.
Greg, where are you at with underarm serves?
I love them. I'm with Kira on that one. I love them. I think they're hilarious. I think when Bublik does them in like 3 times in a row in a single game, it gets quite a lot. But I think doing them every so often as a tactic, if they're standing far away, then I think it's brilliant.
I remember that he did that in Halle, didn't he?
Yeah, he did it against. There was a match against Draper where he did it 3. I think he just played a ridiculous game, did lots of trick shots and ended up winning it. And it was just, I mean, how does a guy with that much talent just mess about and stuff? It's quite funny. Imagine being that good that you can just mess about and still win games.
That's very true. The one that always sticks with me is last year Wimbledon, Davidovich Fokina against Holger Rune, was it?
Oh yeah.
Where they were in a 5th set tiebreak and Davidovich Fokina went for the underarm, and it was just the worst. It was the worst thing he possibly could have done, and I thought it was hilarious. But he then lost. So
I think it's a great legitimate tactic when you're doing a Medvedev and you're like so far off the baseline on a sort of serve. I think it's great. So, if you can execute it properly. If you can't, you look a bit of a tool, but otherwise.
Which is what happened when Medvedev tried against Tsitsipas.
Yeah.
Have you ever attempted an underarm serve, Greg?
I haven't tried it. I actually played tennis today, and I should have for the first time in months, and I should have tried it. I was against my dad though, so I felt a little bit cheap doing it against him. Really, I think
you didn't want to feel bad moving your old man around the court.
Exactly, even though he beat me, but
Andreeva is held, by the way, for 4-5. So after this change of ends in a couple of minutes, Townsend's going to be coming out to serve for the first set. As Terry said, Mirror is working it out. She does seem to have stabilized a little bit in this match. So if you guys want to come over and join me on that one, great. If not, if you think there's if you want to watch the Spanish Llama in action against Klein, I don't know when Mutej Shang gets underway, or you want to wait for Diaz Acosta against Shapovalov to get underway. But I appreciate, Greg, you've got to go soon anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say I do have to shoot off, but thanks, guys. It's been very fun covering these matches with you.
Been awesome having you on, Greg. Thanks for coming on.
Cheers, guys. Take care. Have a good rest of the stream. See ya.
Bye.
I'm just bringing up to date. I'm looking good. There's a lot more women's matches happening right now. You've got Ashlyn Kruger is 2 points away, potentially, from beating now Hibino, 6-4, 5-4, 30 on the Hibino serve. Christiane is serving at 7-5, 5-1 against Freck, who has a break point to potentially extend this match. Clara Burrell and Olga Danilovic have just got underway, 1 game all in that. And Sarah Bayek is playing Anna Blinkova, and Blinkova serving at 15-30-2-3 with serve. You are up to date with all the live scores, but obviously I think quite clearly from all the matches that are happening right now live, it's this Townsend and Draper match that might be the big one.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I was going to put Burrell on actually, just because I enjoy watching her, but it is the only stream that Sky Sports is not offering me is Court 6, so that's not going to happen.
That's weird.
Yeah.
What about Burrell you like watching?
Difficult to say. I think I just find her tennis quite... I often think she looks quite smooth, which I often quite enjoy. A little bit effortless when she's in a good flow.
See you, Shauna. Yes, I could see. I haven't watched loads of Burrell, but she put up a good fight against Bolter in the Billie Jean King Cup. I thought that was a really fun first set. Well, I say fun, really tight first set.
Yeah.
Townsend,
I'm sure.
Yeah, Townsend's just won the first point with a drop shot. Again, expertly crafted, and then an unreturnable serve, 30 love. She's 2 points away from this opening set against Mira Andreeva. And this match is finally turning into the contest that we hoped it would be. 40-odd minutes on the clock. Townsend serves, puts the first serve into the net. So she's got a second serve. Looking at all the advertising is making me want to have a beer, and I'm not sure why. As she serves, backhand in play from Andreeva, backhand Townsend, really close to the baseline, might be just off the baseline. Now they're still trading cross court. Andreeva tries to go for the super shot up the line, but just misses it. And it's 40 love and 3 set points for Taylor Townsend. The pause was because the camera was focusing on Andreeva, and I was like, if the camera's focusing on Draper, does that mean that she won the point? But no, she just missed it though. That was a brave attempt. I don't know if you're watching that match.
I'm not. I've just put on Freck Christian just to see how that's getting on because it's near the end, and then I'll switch over to Chapeau.
Okay, we're going to keep
Diaz Acosta. I was just looking at the draw. Stefano asked who will be Errani's next opponent in Madrid, and it will be Harad Maya.
Oh, that's going to be long, isn't it?
Which is exactly what you just said, which is brilliant.
If you want if you like your marathon women, get your popcorn out, get yourself sat down. We're going to be in for a grind.
That's the one. That's the one to watch. If you don't want to watch any other matches of tennis, you just want to watch that one all day. That's the one to watch.
Andreeva dumps a forehand into the net, and it is Taylor Townsend who walks to the chair, a setup in Madrid over Mira Andreeva. So, okay, so you're going to keep an eye on Freck Christian. Yeah, Freck's got one of the breaks back, so she's continuing to extend this match by the look of it. And then we'll be going, and then, yeah, you'll be keeping an eye on Shapovalov against Diaz Acosta, which should be a good match. Maybe. I mean, I've heard good things about Diaz Acosta. I know he had a really, really good match with Tsitsipas in Barcelona. I didn't see it, but my social media was all full of that was a really interesting match, mostly for Stefanos somehow getting himself out of trouble.
Oh, it was so good. I watched quite a bit of that one. Not all of it, but it was a really, really good match. And Diaz Acosta had chances. He had match points, or at least one. And Tsitsipas kind of came through it. And most of my Twitter afterwards is about Tsitsipas celebrating like he won a Grand Slam. But it was a really tough match. I sort of understood his celebration because he really did have to fight for it.
I didn't see the Barcelona final. I don't know if you did. Did Tsitsipas run out of gas in that match?
Well, see, I find this contentious because like you say, Twitter, I thought my Twitter was full of people talking about Tsitsipas had nothing left to give in that final. He'd run out of gas. He's been playing for however many weeks straight, and he didn't have anything left. Right? I did not personally, and maybe everyone disagrees with me on this. Totally fine. I didn't see that at all. I thought Casper brought much more aggression than he brought to their final in Monte Carlo. I thought he changed his tactics. I thought he was hitting shots and hitting spots and not missing them like he was in that Monte Carlo final. And personally, I thought that Casper Ruud just came out completely different and better. But everyone else, yeah, that's what I saw when I watched it. I was quite surprised when afterwards everyone was talking about, oh, Stefanos was so tired. I was like, really? I didn't see that at all. But
well, to be honest, Kira, I probably trust your judgment over most other people. So
thank you so much.
I mean, the only people who could probably supersede you would be Damien and Vanch. But
I was literally about to say, if Damien and Vanch came on here and said, look, Steph ran out of gas, I'd say, look, I must have seen it wrong. I've clearly not understood that one. But for me, it was, I'm sure there was an element of that to a point. But, you know, Casper had also played just as much tennis, really. He got to the Monte Carlo final as well. He played the same week. So I don't really see that argument.
I guess Ruud hadn't had a marathon in the same way as Tsitsipas had.
True. That is true.
I mean, how much gas do you think Ruud and Tsitsipas have in the tank for Madrid?
Not loads. I don't think there'll be as much of a factor here as perhaps some people are suggesting because of their recent clay form. If I had to pick one of them, I said this earlier to Greg, if I had to pick one of them to be a factor, it would be Casper Ruud. I just think he'll build on the momentum better, but I actually think both of them might struggle to reproduce what they've found in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was looking at the draw bracket and I was like, if Ruud hadn't played 2 consecutive weeks, maybe he'd done Monte Carlo and then skipped Madrid, Barcelona, I would be giving him much more of a chance against Sinner in the quarters than otherwise I was before. I am going for Yannick Sinner to win in Madrid.
Aren't we all?
I should probably look this up. Look up the bracket. Actually, I'm not going to do that because that's going to turn my stream off. But look up sort of who's picked what in the brackets for TT and Popcorn.
Oh yes, I forgot to do that this time. Actually, I've been so busy. I honestly haven't thought of any. I've been slacking.
You did very well in Miami. I think you actually beat all the other Popcorn writers.
Yeah, that was so lucky. I don't know how I did that, honestly. First time lucky, I think.
Miami WTA, I think, was the big one there. I think the one person who beat you in the Popcorn one was a Popcorn reader, not a Popcorn writer. But talking tennis, by the way, we don't have enough people in that bracket. So if you want to join it, by all means, as Ghost is very happy that Caroline Wozniacki is out. He's not a Wozniacki fan.
Oh, really? I didn't realise that.
No. Wozniacki is one of those players that you give him any opportunity, he will talk rubbish against.
Oh, wow. I will store that away for later.
Up there with Jessica Pegula.
Oh, yeah. No, I know that one. I've encountered that one. Yeah, no, I would like to reiterate again that my earlier comment was not Pegula slander. I am not the type. Christian has just taken the match against Freck, by the way, 6-2 in that second. Pretty dominant.
Broke back. That broke again. And Draper held at the opening game, as I'm just seeing the points results from the set, and I have to say, like, Townsend only hit 8th unforced errors in that match and in that set, and really that was what made the difference, I think, because on the whole the positive points were pretty even, but Andreeva making a few more critical mistakes in that set,
which I would argue perhaps is often the case, that she has a lot of good stuff in her game, but perhaps often makes a few more errors than her opponent.
Yeah, and that comes with being a teenager.
Yes, absolutely. It's not a criticism from me in any way at all. I have very little to criticize about Andreeva's game because, yet again, age-wise, I just think we are watching her get better and better.
It's crazy to think we're watching a top 50 player who is very, 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 very good, and it's dawned on me we're not going to see her best tennis for 5 to 6 years.
Yeah,
exactly. Same with Goff. I think we're only just starting to see her best tennis now, and there's more to come.
Oh yeah, I still don't think we in my opinion, we've definitely not seen peak Coco Gauff. Anyway,
No, I don't think so either.
we will, but I don't think we have. And yeah, Andreeva could be, like you say, 5-6 years until we see her at her very best. And hopefully there's a lot to see of her before then. So I'm excited to sort of see her grow in that way.
Yeah, because it's something I haven't observed from like looking through tennis history and like breaking stuff. Like, I'm a spreadsheet nerd. I have tennis spreadsheets full of history stuff. It's very sad, but I have noticed a pattern of most of the top players played their best stuff, male or female, age sort of 22 to 25.
Yeah.
Like, and that's not doesn't mean that like you can still produce very good tennis older than that, but it becomes less and less frequent.
Yeah, exactly. That's more of an exception to a rule rather than what normally happens, because obviously you can throw Djokovic and Nadal in there, but they are not the rule.
Serena's level past 30 was insane.
Absolutely. But she's Serena Williams. So if you're ever discussing in general, tennis in general, you can't add in these freak anomalies of the brilliance of some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And arguably, I think maybe we never really like what would have peak Serena's years been like in the age bracket I mentioned. It would have been sort of 2003 to 2007, which arguably during that was one of the most turbulent periods of her life.
Yeah, you wouldn't call that her peak, would you?
Utter domination from her if things had been a bit more straightforward for her.
Absolutely.
Things are not being straightforward for Taylor Townsend. It's 30 all second serve already. And yeah, Andreeva's definitely in this match a lot more than she was. And she takes on the backhand there. Now the forehand up the middle of the court, short from Townsend. Andreeva's hitting deep on the backhand. Now she's going cross court on the forehand. Drops it onto the service line. And Townsend had to kind of lean forward to take on that backhand and put it in the net. And it's break point chance for Andreeva.
Exciting. It'd be great if she could fight back a bit. I think I'd like this match to really live up to what it should be.
Let's go three. I've got all night.
Yeah, exactly. That's my feeling.
That's what yeah. I mean, I don't know. How long have you got, Kira?
I haven't got a set time, but I'm just going to sort of wait for my body to tell me that I want to eat dinner.
That is probably a good idea.
Yes, exactly. So I won't leave you on your own, though. I know somebody's joining at some point. I'll wait until we've got a good gaggle, and then I'll slip out.
Let's see, we go. So backhand up the line from Andreeva, and Townsend tries to slice, does not hit through it properly, dumps it in the net, and Andreeva breaks for 2-love in this set. We have a match here, people.
Yes, we do. I just turned it on quickly to see that break point, and that was a very poor backhand slice from Townsend to lose the game there.
And it does look like, I feel like Andreeva's solidified. And like, this is the difference, right? So if they talk about these teen talents, comparing them, Gauff and Andreeva, obviously Gauff is now no longer a teenager. It's very weird to think that now, like that era's gone. But Gauff as a teenager, like when she was Andreeva's age, was getting through matches by just scrapping and fighting like she does now, but better. Oh, like as in she's doing that better now.
Yeah.
But like scrapping and fighting her way through. It feels like Andreeva's going through with just a solid all-round baseline level in every shot that she has.
Yeah, totally agree. I don't see many. I know they're compared a lot because of their ages, and it totally makes sense. But I actually don't see loads of similarities between Gauff and Andreeva. I think Andreeva's game is very different, and like you say, baseline-wise, she's got it all really. She just needs to find that consistency, which obviously will come with time.
Yeah, I mean, Whenever I compare Andreeva and Gauff, I'm not talking game styles wise. I am talking the journey that they're going to be on,
which is a completely fair comparison. Yeah.
15 all, by the way, in this game. Sean, I know you're saying that Andreeva will start peaking at 16. She's only going to be 16 for another 5 days, so
it could happen.
Like, she could play her peak tennis at 16. It's not going to win her a tournament.
No. It could help her to win a tournament at 17, perhaps, but
indeed,
maybe not. If I had to guess.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
who
mean-
she's got in the next round. Actually, I'm really not up to date on this draw. I've been trying to keep up with the matches, but the draw I really don't.
Townsend
No.
drags across court forehand wide. It's 40-15 for Andreeva. Well,
Oh,
I
the
don't know.
winner of this plays Noshkova. Fabulous.
Oh, that's going to be good.
That's really good. Whatever
Whoever-
the outcome here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a fantastic match. Whoever wins it, I think. Part of me is kind of excited for it to be Noshkova. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. See if I can get this draw up. Whose half of the draw are they in? They're in. Although they would be in the Rybakina quarter, I think.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Yeah. I'm going off memory from doing the draw preview with Andre on WTA Week.
Yeah,
Although you shouldn't trust my memory because again, I got muddled and I thought Goff was in Sabalenka's half of the draw because she's been in
I
Sabalenka's
think
half.
they're in the Sabalenka quarter, actually. If I'm reading the draw correctly, I think these guys are in the Sabalenka.
Yeah, you're right. It's the Sabalenka quarter. So it's 3-love, by the way, for Andreeva, who's just held to 30. Tell you what, I'll ask you the question, Kira, because I asked Andre this, which is partly how we ended up with Emma Raducanu in the semi-finals. We don't want to talk about that. But who would you say is the biggest threat to each of the top 4 seeds that would stop them from making the semi-finals?
Oh, in their quarter, I'm going to have to study the quarters.
Yeah.
I'm going to study the quarters, and I will get back to you.
Yeah, that's fair. I appreciate it was a question I was asking. I assumed you were reading the draw. So
No, it is a great question. I'm reading the draw now. In Iga's quarter, I mean, she's got quite a good quarter in this tournament. Let's be honest.
Like this is the first easy draw she's had in 2024.
Yeah, it's a lot better. So biggest threat is probably either whoever wins between Azarenka and Svitolina, assuming they play each other.
Okay, so that's to get to the quarterfinals. So you think they'd be, or do you say they'd be a bigger threat than whoever she played in the quarters? So someone like Haddad Maia, Sakkari, Navarro.
Yes, I do think that they are a bigger threat than the others that you named. Yeah, Sakkari maybe. I don't see Navarro.
Haddad Maia caused her headaches before. She'd beaten her in Canada, nearly took us out of her at the French.
I probably don't see Haddad Maia getting that far to trouble her. That's probably my issue.
Ah, yes. Well, look, she's got Errani next, so.
Well, Errani could cause us some trouble. I think we could be seeing more of Errani. No, I don't know. But
No, that's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying. Is that given how we just saw Errani, why not?
Oh yes, yeah, exactly. It's possible.
Yeah, Goff's quarter. She's definitely got some challenges in there.
Yeah. If we can see more of the good ons that I saw last week, I'd like to see ons challenging, but I don't know if she will. Ostapenko's not really got the form at the moment, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, Ostapenko on fire, yes. Ostapenko as of now, maybe not.
No. So probably. Sorry?
Fernandez?
Possibly. Yeah, again, it's about her making it that far, perhaps.
Can you see why I ended up with Raducanu there?
Yeah, I can. It's a difficult. Yeah, I can see why you ended up there. It is difficult. Maybe, I mean, Osaka looked really good earlier today.
Yes.
And I've been wanting. It's been so close, hasn't it? Every time. There's been 2 or 3 times this year where Osaka has been 1 match away from getting to play golf. And every time I've really wanted to see that. And every time Osaka's lost 1 match before. So maybe this will be the one.
On clay.
On clay.
Yes, Osaka on clay is a saga.
It is indeed. Yeah.
Osaka on grass, because I still don't understand how Osaka has not done better on grass in her career.
I know. I'm quite interested to see how she gets on this grass season, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not seeing loads of real threats to Coco Gauff in this quarter, I must say. And Elena Rybakina, I mean, honestly, who can stop her at the moment?
I tell you who I picked.
Yeah.
Alexandrova.
Did you? Yeah, I mean, I like that.
She's a former Madrid semi-finalist, has a positive head-to-head with Rybakina.
Yeah, she does.
Been looking good this year.
That is a good shout. I would say the only other one I'm seeing there is possibly Kazatkina. And I don't think normally I'd say Kalinskaya, but she's obviously not really at her best at the moment.
Yeah, Kazatkina is someone who's hot and cold. Maybe mainly shows up in the 500s.
Yeah.
But possible.
But maybe, yeah, but I think no, Alexandrova is definitely the best shot there. And then Sabalenka's got a really tough quarter for me.
She really does.
I still think though, I've seen a lot of people ruling Sabalenka out. And in our poll on the thing earlier, she had like 7% of the who's going to win Madrid poll between Iga, Elena, Sabalenka, or somebody else. She was so low. And I completely understand because obviously her form coming into this is not good. But she has won it twice and she is Sabalenka and her form is going to come good at some point. I don't necessarily think she should be written off as much as she has been.
No, I think that the draw does play a part in that, though. Like, she's got Danielle Collins potentially in the last 16, which, if that happens, I am watching.
Oh, yes. Popcorn ready, right in front of the screen for that one. I would love that. But like you say, I do think she's been written off a little bit too easily, but she is in a draw with people like Danielle Collins and Paolini, who's playing so well, and Cara Garcia, who can always do something, and Noshka was in that one. I could keep going. So, yeah. That could be
just beat her in Stuttgart.
Yeah.
I'm just watching this point, by the way. Long rally going on here as Townsend's trying to get a game on the board in the second set. Really good rally here. Goes cross court with the backhand. Moonball from Andreeva on there. Forehand up the line from Townsend, who then tried to take on the short ball, finishes it with a winner. And there we go. She hits it, and it's 3-1 Andreeva. By the way, we are 46 subs away from 8,000. So if you are new, please subscribe, and you can be part of us hitting a big milestone at Talking Tennis. Kira, here's another kind of question that I think would be fun. Who do you think will finish world number 2 in the WTA rankings after this tournament? Aryna Sabalenka or Coco Gauff? So I'll tell you now, currently live ranking, Gauff has a 345 point.
Yeah, I thought it was about 300. Okay. That's quite a bit. Oh.
So
with that draw.
Mathematically, this is how it's going to work. So if Sabalenka goes out before the quarterfinals, Gauff will secure number 2.
Right.
If Sabalenka makes the quarterfinals, Gauff needs to have made at least the last 16 to still move ahead.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be a battle of who goes out first.
That's tough because I don't necessarily see Coco Gauff necessarily doing that well in this tournament. And by that well, I do mean like late stages. I do think she'll obviously get through the first couple of rounds. But then Sabalenka's got such a tough draw. I'm going to go, I think Coco Gauff will be number 2.
Oh.
But not for very long. Not for very long, mind you.
Yeah. I think she's going to hold on to it, especially come the US season.
Yeah.
But I also think I think Gauff's going to get it this tournament. I think they'll both go at a similar point in the tournament.
Yeah, too similar for anything else. I agree.
Yeah, and that's what's going to make the difference. And then I think Gauff might hold it for a bit, but it's going to depend on how Roland Garros and Wimbledon go.
Yeah.
Although Gauff doesn't.
I do think. Sorry.
Gauff doesn't have much to defend at Wimbledon.
No, definitely not. She doesn't have much at all. I do think French Open wise, whether we see Sabalenka whether we see Sabalenka's form improve here in Madrid or in Rome or not at all, once we get to Roland Garros, I fully expect her to be a factor again, because Slam Sabalenka is a different beast, as we know.
There we go. Andreeva is 30-all. She managed to force an error from Townsend with a great attacking inside-out forehand. There is tennis going on, by the way. We just got distracted by some bigger picture stuff, and I always like to hear Kira's opinions on things.
For some reason.
It might be because of your taste in players. Who knows?
Maybe that probably is.
Capricorn, what happened to Mira after the AO injury, as far as I'm aware? There's also, Terry also saying that possibly age restrictions as well, which is true. She is limited because of her age, of how much she can play. But I do think the tournament she was skipping was also due to some kind of injury.
Yeah. Great astrological sign, by the way, Capricorns. Very, very great sign.
Are you
Perhaps the best. Yes, of course I
am. I did wonder. Mira finishes that point off with an overhead. She moves to 4-1 in this set. We were probably going to be in for a long one, but fortunately, we're going to have plenty of company with Damien and Tom coming to join us at some point soon. Ghosty saying that Kasich, apparently according to John Wertheim, Kasich is the bravest woman in tennis.
I'd love to know in what way he means. Does he mean
because she's Russian, she's gay, and she's spoken out against the war in Ukraine?
That's what I was thinking. I don't think that would be tennis related.
Yeah, it's not.
No. In that case, yeah.
I think yes, because no one else has to deal with the same thing, and no one has been as outspoken in those circumstances.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we would probably agree with their time's take there. So we were a change events, by the way, in this Andreeva Townsend match. What's going on around the ground? Kira, bring us up to date on some live scores.
Yes, so I'm currently watching Shapovalov on Manolo Santana, who's just started against Diaz Acosta. That's on serve, no real sort of points to write home about quite yet. In terms of the rest of the grounds, it's mostly women's tennis. So Burrell looks like she's 2 points away from the first set against Danilovic. Blinkova's just taken the first set against Bayek. Oh, I'm not going to say that right. Bayek?
Yeah.
Bayek. 6-4 there for Blinkova. And then elsewhere, I've not got that on my screen.
I can give you that. So the other matches would be, great. Klein's got the first set 6-1 against Lamas. Montgomery and Avanesian have just got underway. Montgomery's got the early break. Haley Baptiste and Darius Savard have just started for the women, and then for the men. No, I'm not seeing any men. So
no, I'm not seeing any men. No men. No men here.
That seems like the opposite to that Monty Python skit. I don't know if you're familiar with what I'm referring to, if you're a Monty Python fan, but
I'm afraid I'm not.
Never mind. Reference to the Life of Brian film.
Yes.
Which it's like a small skit, but it's quite funny within the film. 15-all, Townsend and Draper. So I guess we're now watching like different matches right now, and we'll bring you any drama that happens in those matches. Kira, where are you at with the Carlos Alcaraz situation? Do you think he's going to make much of an impact in Madrid after that injury?
I'd like to think so, but if I'm putting my realistic hat on, I'm not sure that he will really. I sort of think, would he be playing this tournament if it wasn't in Madrid and he wasn't the reigning champion? I don't know if he would.
Yeah, he'd probably be risking it a little bit. And also, I'm I've been cautious with Alcaraz and how he's going to go, but that gives him plenty of room to surprise us.
Yes.
Loving that slide into the forehand from Andreeva there, and that just makes Townsend play the extra shot, and it's 30 all. So keeping an eye on that. Capricorn is asking, can Sloane have a deep run here? Need to double check her draw, I think.
Yeah, that would be my first instinct.
She's certainly in great form. Like, she blew everyone away in Rouen. She has the only person who's given her any significant problems has been Danielle Collins in Charleston. But Sloane on clay is very, very comfortable. So she's got Elise Mertens next. I would back her to win that one. And then it would potentially be Zachary, and I think that's where that could get interesting.
Yeah, that could definitely get interesting, but I wouldn't say it's unassailable for her. I definitely think in the form she's in, she could have a deep run here. I thought she did very well to survive today. So
I could definitely see her making quarterfinals with this draw. I think they're all beatable opponents. The big problem is when she gets to the quarterfinals, it's probably Iga.
Yes, which may be slightly tricky.
Break point for Andreeva to get a double break and kind of seize full control of the second set. Townsend's got a second serve, aces it. Goes super aggressive. It might have been a first serve and she had a let on it. I don't know, but that is an ace from Townsend and it's deuce.
Is this obviously I haven't really watched the Andreeva match. Would you say Andreeva's raised her level in this second set, or has Townsend dropped?
I think Andreeva's raised her level. Definitely. I'm not seeing so many errors. She's making some good shot choices. I do think Townsend's serve has declined a little bit, but I'd say Andreeva's raised her level and caused a lot of those issues. So we'll see what happens. We've got deuce here as Townsend dumps a backhand into the net, and it's another advantage point for Andreeva. I do want to address Ghosty's question on choice of Monty Python films, and for me, it's an easy choice. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. You've not seen either of them. It doesn't matter. But
I'm very sorry, but I'm sure it's the correct choice. As you say, I trust your judgment. I'm sure it's the correct choice. Chapeau here with 3 break points against Diaz Acosta, by the way, love 40.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so we've got break points everywhere across Madrid. And Andreeva gets that one, chasing down a drop shot that was not quite up to Townsend's usual standard, puts it forehand straight past her, and 5-1 Andreeva. We go over to Shapovalov.
He has not taken his first break point. Nice save, actually, from Diaz Acosta. Came up to the net and put away a sort of strange half backhand slice, but it was very high. But well done. So, yeah, another break point here, though, for Chapeau.
Stick with you, Kira. I'll let you know if Andreeva is having any problems or close to serving it out.
Yeah, Diaz Acosta just served there into a sort of Chapeau's backhand to Diaz Acosta's forehand. Diaz Acosta playing the forehand from his backhand side, switches to Chapeau's forehand, but he gets to it well. They're back to exchanging backhands, but Diaz Acosta will not play a backhand. He will only play forehands in this rally. Chapeau switches to Diaz Acosta's forehand side, but just drifts long, 30-40.
Huge serve from Andreeva, unreturnable. The attempt from Townsend has just way too much on it. 30 love for the Russian teenager who will only be 16 for another 5 days.
Has time to peak.
It has time to peak. And she's peaking now because she's just hit an ace for 40 love and set points. Is it still break point Shapovalov?
It is, yeah. It's second serve Diaz Acosta here.
And Andreeva's got a second serve to put the set away. Let's see who gets this point first.
Just serving.
And Townsend puts the backhand return to the net after a great serve from Andreeva. Holds to love. Second set in the bag. We're into a decider on Amaranta Sanchez Vicario.
Diaz Acosta puts his backhand return into the net, gives Chapeau the break for 3-2.
How's Chapeau looking?
Pretty good to me. A little bit, inconsistent as you'd expect, as he often is on some shots, going a bit long, a bit wide here and there, but mostly pretty good.
Pretty good. Okay, yes, he's obviously on his journey back from injury. Yeah, what's your take on Shapovalov? Are you in the kind of lots of potential, not a lot of control camp?
Yeah, probably. I really like Chapeau. I didn't necessarily used to in his perhaps more explosive days. I feel like he's not past that by any means, but he's got slightly more control on that side of things now. And I find him really compelling to watch because I think he has got so much potential. And I still think he could make a return to the top of the game.
Yeah, I certainly think he's got that top 20 level in him again.
Yeah.
No question. And he's got capability of occasionally being the top player. Like, he's going to be a dangerous opponent for pretty much anyone, especially when things are kind of really firing for him. Also, I'm seeing all this Monty Python chat. Like, yes, he's referring to a Monty Python skit for the TV show, The Ministry of Silly Walks.
I could imagine. I have actually seen that one.
Okay.
The Ministry of Silly Walks. My dad is a big Monty Python fan. I have seen that one, but yeah, I am clearly very uncultured and incredibly sorry about it.
Ghosty, I understand that you aren't expecting that Kira's a British person not knowing Monty Python is unexpected. Maybe that's because she's a member of the Spanish Inquisition.
I know that one, but that's because that's in a different film.
Yeah, different context.
Yes, that's in Sliding Doors. So I know that one. But yeah. Also, I love the way you've referred to the great UK school system. Personally, I would not refer to it as that. I'll leave that one there. But I think that's a stretch.
Fun fact about me, I never went through the school system.
Oh, no way.
Homeschooled.
Ah, well, then you may not know how great it is.
Oh, I heard rumours.
Yes, I'm sure.
I think we're pressing the panic button a little bit too early on Raducanu Capricorn, especially given how good her previous week was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sorry, you can't just say that you can't focus on only the bad results. Like, yes, maybe I got a little bit overexcited about how well she was playing in BJKC in Stuttgart. And maybe it's not a surprise how level crashed a bit today. But I honestly think that she could have won Stuttgart if the top players didn't show up.
Yeah. I know. I've got no doubt she'll win a title again. I'm not necessarily saying a slam. I've no doubt she'll win a title. I do think it could be a while. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. And I do understand that, her level today was poor. There's no getting away from that. So it's obviously going to be a disappointment. But I don't know. Everyone has a poor game. She's been so good recently. I think, yeah, a bit reactionary.
Yeah. Absolutely. Much like me predicting her to reach the semi-finals was a reaction.
Maybe. Maybe slightly. But a reaction I respect nonetheless. Also, I'd like to point out to Ghosty that Sliding Doors is 1998. It's not that recent.
That's a lifetime ago for a lot of people.
That was before I was born. So, in fairness, that's a reference that I shouldn't get, but I still did. So, come on.
In some ways, I shouldn't get Monty Python.
In some ways. So, really.
And I was born as well. Hey, Nalan. Breakpoint Andreeva, by the way. We just focus on this. Andreeva's got 1540 on the Townsend serve, and the wheels are coming off a little bit already for Townsend in this deciding set, opening game. Andreeva looks like she's locked in. goes for the backhand return up the line. Forehand cross-court from Townsend. Backhand up the line from Andreeva. Backhand Townsend is long. And Andreeva has broken. She is already a breakup straight away in this deciding set. It's a long way to go, but that's exactly what she wanted.
Yeah. Wow. That is really impressive. After you were talking, obviously I've not watched it, but the first set sounded like she was struggling quite a bit at times. So yeah, she's done well here. Great to start the third set in such a dominant fashion after the second as well.
I'm actually watching Andreeva playing, and I'm like, again, we talked about sort of her game is very well rounded, and I'm watching her moving around and hitting her forehands, and I'm thinking, I'm getting Sinner vibes a little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
imagine like how she's going to be like when she reaches Sinner's age, and starts like locking down and hitting through everything and being a lot more consistent.
It's that consistency, isn't it, that Sinner's found really only properly in the last however many months. So yeah, incredible when she finds that, which I have no doubt she will.
And also physical development as well, which we shouldn't discount. Like, she's not like this is how her body's going to be, or how like Sinner's a lot healthier, a lot less injury prone than he was even a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Andreeva's
Coco Gauff had to change a lot physically as well as she came through. So same thing, really.
Andreeva tries to go for a big backhand up the line and just misses it. Goes wide, 15 all.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Ghosty, obviously.
Yeah. He's on Ghosty, you're on fire today. What's happening
He
with
is, honestly, he is, because you should have seen him on Kokkinakis earlier. Whew, that was peak. That was peak Ghosty.
I'll have to scroll back in the live chat.
Yeah, he should.
Is Shapovalov backing up the break?
He has backed up the break. It's 4-2. Diaz Acosta now serving is 30-15, but not looking comfortable by any means. And Chapo is, celebrating every point quite thoroughly, shall we say.
Okay, so not necessarily amazing quality now
then. No, and certainly not that return that Chapo just did on that serve was so weird. He jumped for it, but not properly at all. So that was terrible. So game point to Diaz Acosta. But Diaz Acosta is not bringing the level that I've seen from him in recent weeks yet.
Townsend's forced an error from Andreeva. It's 15-40, and Townsend could get the break back straight away. She's really stepping things up. So we'll see what happens with this break point. By the way, if any dramatic points happen, do interrupt me, Kira.
I wouldn't worry. Carry on.
Great forehand from Andreeva. Really wrong footing. Townsend going back behind her, and the spin kicks it out of range of her racket. Great winner. First break point saved, 30-40. So there we go. Second break point coming up. By the way, I have seen 2 questions to the chat from John and Nurlan, neither of which are particularly relevant to tennis. One is way too existential to tackle right now, although I'd love to have that conversation sometime. And the other is about football, I have no knowledge or interest in.
The football one, I will say, yes, it probably was when that happened. And the Nurlan one, I will say, yes.
I will say yes.
End of answer.
Yes. Which is interesting that you've already experienced that, given you are much younger than me. But anyway.
Oh, Ghosty's off. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for making Kokkinakis so interesting earlier, Ghosty.
Loved having you on the stream right now as well, Ghosty. Great lob from Andreeva. No, it wasn't. It was over the baseline. Never mind.
Is it juice?
It is advantage Townsend.
Oh, nice.
So Andreeva saved 2 break points, but trying to lob Townsend, who came into the net, has given the American another opportunity to make this tiebreak, this deciding set super close. This is a doubles. Advantage Taylor Townsend. Maybe Townsend wishes it was. I don't know. She's pretty adept at all around, but much more successful on the doubles court. I'm rambling because Andreeva's now serving forehand cross court from Townsend, pushing Andreeva way out of court, and Townsend's going to come in to try and finish it, and she does. Clips the line with the inside-out forehand and breaks back 1-1.
Nice.
We have a match.
That's good. I was starting to worry that Andreeva was going to run away with that one after the 6-1 and then immediately breaking in the third set. So it's nice that it's going to be a bit more of a contest.
Now, be honest, Kira. We're saying that you're saying that you might have to take a break to get some food. Is the reality that you might be taking a break to watch the Merseyside derby?
Obviously, that hasn't even crossed my mind. Actually, I say that genuinely. I haven't thought about that in hours. I thought about it earlier, but I have been quite consumed with tennis this evening, so I did forget about it. It will be a combination of some dinner and a little bit of Liverpool. Yes.
I don't want to ask too much more about it, but anyway, so we're at 1 game all. I'm just fixing everything up to make sure I don't run out of battery on this stream.
I'm just going to disappear for 1 second to get a drink, and I will be...
Go for it. I might rehydrate myself. Great move there. As we have Townsend serving here, and I'll talk you through this game whilst Kira is gone to sort out her drink. We've got Townsend going inside out with a forehand. Great rally going on here. Andreeva just about clears the net on defense. Now she's got the backhand, which she's going to lob. Townsend's going to have the overhead, which she puts away, and it's 30 love. Hashtag not sponsored. It's a popular water brand in the UK that you may see at Wimbledon.
It is. It's not Wimbledon based, I promise. It's just what I've got here.
It's probably all right, so long as we say we're not sponsored.
Absolutely not. I'll even take the label off.
Or if anyone, however, if said water company would like to sponsor us, then we are certainly interested.
Feel free, please do.
40 love Taylor Townsend, and she suddenly seems to have steadied the ship here, and Andreeva is now going to have to work out how to deal with this. And she looks like she's taking big intakes of breath here. Kind of going, oh, okay, my opponent's now stepping things up, and it's going to be much more of a contest. Oh my word, that's a fantastic drop shot return from Andreeva, who then tries to go for the pass, puts it in the net. It was kind of an accident. I don't know if it was a fully deliberate drop return, but it nearly worked. But Townsend was able to chase it down, and the passing shot attempt wasn't good enough. And Townsend holds the love 2-1.
Nice, that's a good hold.
Chapeau still got the break.
Chapeau's still got the break, 5-3. He's quite dominant in a lot of the rallies. Sorry, he's making me laugh because he keeps celebrating every point he wins so excitedly. Anyway, he's just won a point on the Diaz Costa serve. Massive fist pump to the box. Love 15.
Here we go. Yeah, he's celebrating every point because it's been such a long time since he was playing points regularly.
Yes, I think that could be it. I certainly don't begrudge him. It just makes me giggle a little bit, but I don't mind it. It's quite nice to see him so into it, so intense.
Around the grounds, by the way, Corentin Moutet is trying to get the first set over Jerry Shang, and it's going with serve between Klein and Lamas Ruiz in the second set. It's a lot closer than the first set was. Meanwhile, Clara Burrell well in control against Olga Danilovic, 6-3, 4-love up. Bayek and Blinkova are in a real battle. It's 3-2 on serve, but Blinkova is set up. And that's all the matches that are currently happening around. So we've only got 6 matches on the go in Madrid right now, of which probably the ones that we're watching are of the most interest, although I am very tempted by this Bayek-Blinkova match. Damien, hello.
Hello. I see 8 matches, and I honestly don't know what to do. Like, I do not know which stream to turn on. I think I'm going to try Klein against Lamas Ruiz and maybe hope it's going to end in 2, and then... Actually, Andreeva Townsend, that sounds really good too. maybe I'll be swapping between these two. Yeah, hello Nick, hello Kira. Of course, Kira, we've seen each other today already, but with Nick, it's the first time, so hello. And yeah, I'll be helping out, I guess, probably until the end, since we have all the matches already in play.
Yeah, you're quite right, Damien, with the others. So Daria Saval's a breakup against Hayley Baptiste 3-2, and Robin Montgomery has set point for the first set against Elena Avanesian. So there you go. Now you're up to date. Thanks, Damien. Great backhand from Andreeva, forcing the error from Townsend, 15-all. Townsend's kind of like pretending to shrug frustratedly, but she's got this big grin on her face, like she knows that was just too good.
Something that I also enjoyed in the chat was John apparently really shading Choric and Hassan.
Oh, he was not happy.
I missed that much. I should be glad, I suppose.
It sounds like it, yeah. I wasn't watching it either, but John was watching it while I was watching something else. And at one point, I think he said it looked like Choric had won a competition to be there. So, yeah, not the best tennis.
Drop shot from Andreeva is like she just immediately turns away because she knows that's not going to reach the net and get over the net. Oh, that's because she double faulted. Never mind. 30-all.
We had the stream yesterday with Jack, and he basically said that, well, okay, sure, Townsend is great, but actually, Andreeva is surely going to win this match. So, we'll see.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a bit of a battle.
You know, some predictions have already fallen today, including, well, one of us here who apparently thought that Emma Raducanu was going to make the semifinals.
I've already owned up to this, Damien. Already owned up to it.
Can't get away from it, Nick.
Yeah, do you think it's just going to be over? Like you say it once and like, you know, it stops? Nah, I mean, this is going to be mentioned every single time you're on stream during this event.
I've had you on at work and you are, when I'm not in meetings. And yeah, you have been on fire today. Oh, that's an amazing pass from Townsend, who's also on fire. Great topspin forehand with the lefty. Pass down Andreeva, and she's 3-1 up with the break. Hey, look, I am more than happy to be roasted about Emma Raducanu for the rest of the week. I deserve it.
In fairness, in some fairness, semi-finals still stretch, but I certainly don't think there's. I don't think there's many people who expected it to lose today, at least.
Of course.
Yeah. Also, Jack being high on Mira Andreeva surprised me, partly given her recent form. Did all right in Rouen. Yeah, first tournament back after a bit of a break. But you know, even if she got through Townsend, she had to deal with Noshkova next. She's got a bit of a rough draw.
She does. I think we're all just really desperate to see Mira have a nice run again. And that's kind of why we've been picking her to go deep. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it hasn't happened in a while.
I think she will. It's just not necessarily right now. Like, she'll have another good result. It's just, does it need to be such a rush for it to happen right away?
I think a lot of people are already like kind of desperate, yeah, for this to happen. And that's probably what was speaking through Jack and kind of through me yesterday too.
Is that including all the bookies who put her as 5th favourite to win the French Open?
Really?
Yes. There's so many odd people like have her 5th favourite.
Whoa. Yeah, that can't be right.
Chapeau, by the way, has just held to love to take the first set 6-4.
Andreeva's got the overhead, which he puts away and sets up love 40 on the Townsend serve. This is already a real battle in this set. So which match have you chosen, Damien?
Well, I'm watching Klein against Yamas Ruiz. And it's a breakpoint right now for the Slovak, who is flying out there today. Maybe not as much as he was in set 1. I was watching that one earlier. But, well, he gets that breakpoint now. Anna Karolina Schmidlova watching anxiously.
Oh, is she dating Klein?
Yeah.
Second serve for Taylor Townsend.
Always the last to know those things. I never pick up on anything like that.
I've heard about it.
If you visited the Bratislava Challenger twice in your life, you would know.
That'll be what I'm missing.
Oh,
yeah, that's exactly that.
and Draper tried to hit a drop shot whilst coming into the net and puts it in the net. 15-40. Misses a break. Misses a chance to break here. Not necessarily the best drop shot attempt. I was thinking Klein would do well, like probably because you've been speaking so highly of him, Damien. I was expecting him to come through this match. I don't know much about Lamas.
I would love to see like Klein Marozsan third round. Like that's all I want this week, you know? That's all I want. If that happens, I can just quit watching tennis for the rest of the week. Nothing will top that. But of course, for that, Klein needs to beat Yamas Ruiz, then Tommy Paul, which, you know, I think he would have a super legit chance to do it. And also Marozsan has to beat Cerundolo, of course.
2 big serves from Townsend to save 2 more break points. Deuce.
I can't say it was a big serve that Yamas Ruiz saved his break point with, but it was certainly an unreturned serve. Regardless if it was over 100 kilometers an hour or not.
Great volley from Townsend to finish off that point and get moved to advantage. So is Lamas Ruiz a little bit underpowered then? I've not heard of him before.
He has, you know, ridiculous hands. I actually think for the power that he gets on serve, his angles are really good, and like he gets a lot of easy +1 points despite having a weak serve. But yeah, I mean, he's mostly about these hands and just what he can cook up. A magician for sure. Although I don't know if he's quite as big of a magician as Corentin Moutet, but he is up there. He is up there.
So he's more of a natural surfaces player, mainly.
Could be. I mean, grass, of course, we haven't really seen him much on it. He actually won his only challenger last year on hard courts in Segovia. But yeah, I mean, he's mostly associated with clay.
Guess so. Townsend double faulted, but then Andreeva's put a forehand into the net, and now she's shouting at her box in frustration as Townsend's got another game point, and Andreeva knows this was a big, big opportunity for her to get back into the set with those 3 break points. Game's not over yet, but could be tough as Townsend's going to give her a second serve. The first one ended up into the net. The first serve percentage for Townsend is not amazing right now, as far as I can tell. That's by the eye test. The stats might tell me otherwise. Backhand from Andreeva, looped. Forehand into the net from Townsend. That was a really faulty forehand, and we're back to deuce. What's happening with Chapeau, Kira?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm probably making some awful faces. I hate watching people get physio. It makes me... Oh, I hate it. Diaz Acosta the physio is working on his shoulder, and it keeps moving his neck. It's really bothering me. Anyway, he's getting some really vigorous shoulder physio in a medical timeout between the sets. So that might explain why Diaz Acosta hasn't been at the level I was expecting from him.
Probably took that match with Tsitsipas probably took a lot out of him.
It will have done, yeah.
Good lob from Townsend, forcing Andreeva back to the baseline. Andreeva goes back up the line with a backhand, and she's missed it. Goes over the baseline. She had a really good chance of winning that point, and in the end, it's Townsend who gets it. Advantage.
Yes, hello, Nurlan. Hello, Nurlan. Yes.
What a lovely welcome.
I don't think anyone's ever greeted anyone like that on the stream before, and I love it.
Probably.
In fact,
I doubt anyone has ever greeted me like this in my life. You know, welcome home.
That would make me feel sad for you, Damien.
Maybe my mom when I was a kid. I don't know. I mean, I doubt. You know, I used to live with a girlfriend, but I doubt she would say something like this. She'd probably just say, "You're back." Yeah.
Well, Nerlin clearly thinks higher of you. Sorry.
I'm just imagining this sort of really kind of deadpan conversations in this relationship. Something like Captain Helton Kevin from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Is that the guy who died?
Oh, way to bring that down, David. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know the characters. That's why I had to ask.
Yeah. Townsend has held 4-1. That was a real battle of the game to get through, and that might end up being the decisive momentum in this match, which, although might be a surprise for Jack if Townsend wins, wouldn't be a surprise to me.
I mean, Taylor isn't. I can't say she's in incredible form, but like anytime we see her play singles, she's dangerous, basically. And Llamas Ruiz has a set point, by the way. Like the atmosphere looks amazing on that court. So many Spaniards just like straight up roaring for him. Honestly, the last 2 points were just like horrific errors from Klein, but he did get to a set point, so it is a big moment.
All right.
I'm going to head off. I've just seen it's been 4 hours. I'm quite hungry. I think I should go.
Well done, Kira. Great stint. Thank you for everything, especially bring us up to speed with Errani, Wozniacki, and all the madness that was.
Oh wow! And how did that match end? I didn't even see. Oh, Errani won. Nice.
Errani won. Yeah, it was. How to describe it? Special.
Errani won despite her best efforts.
Was it better than Chorich Hassan?
I couldn't possibly say.
Probably.
I certainly didn't have as visceral a reaction to it as John did to Chorich, so maybe it wasn't quite that bad. But fair play to Errani. She underarm serve on match point that was actually she didn't win that one, but after that she took the next match point and she had the tactics right. She got it, so fair enough.
Legend.
So enjoy the rest of the stream, guys. I'll see you soon.
See you soon, Garrett. Townsend really putting pressure on Andreeva and finishing that off with an overhead 15 all. So lots of exciting situations there, as I believe we're probably going to need to share some points. And we'll bring Tom in. Hey, Tom.
Howdy. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
What's been happening? Have you guys been on for 4 hours?
Well, not us, but the Kira.
Well, I mean, this is the second stream for today, and all in all, it's like 10 hours by now. At the first stream, I spent there, I think 5.5 hours, but for this one, I just joined. So, yeah.
Damon, you're looking like you're getting ever more professional with that setup. I'm liking the mic setup. Has it always been like that? And I've just never noticed.
Yeah, it's always been like that, actually.
It's looking good, mate. It's looking good.
Damon's always been a consummate professional, Tom. How dare you?
I know. I feel bad now. I feel like, that I've put my foot in it a little bit there. So apologies, Damon, for undervaluing your professionalism. What's been happening? What have you guys been watching then? What have you taken in today?
I'm watching Andreeva against Townsend, which is in a deciding set. And
yeah, I was watching that.
Okay, so you're watching.
Well, my match is now into a deciding set too.
What match is that? Sorry, Damon. The one that you're watching.
Klein Llamas Ruiz took Llamas Ruiz like to save like one break point at 4-all in the second, which Klein just missed a very aggressive second serve return into the net. And then in the next one, I mean, such an atmosphere. Klein suddenly missing a couple of first ball forehands, and the set point was pretty crazy too. Like Klein hit this completely shanked forehand that still landed in, but then eventually like 10th shot or something like that he had to hit just with some pretty good defense from Llamas Ruiz was enough. So it is going to a third set despite Klein like dominating this match basically from start to finish. It seemed until 6-1 4-all basically. So yeah, we've got just 8 matches on and 8 matches that will 8 matches on court. Nothing has to be started. Everything is already in play. So a nice situation for us, I guess.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've been. I managed to catch a bit of Osaka today. Then I was on Jack Draper, good win in the 3. I think that was obvious that was going to go for 3. And yeah, did well to come through that. I think at one point it was looking like the same old story for for Mr. Draper. And then I was watching the Townsend Andreeva match as well. So, and then I've actually, just because I thought you guys might be watching that, I've just fired on Muti, just because I quite enjoy him right now, just spamming everybody else up. So he was serving for the first set against Shang and has not taken it. So we're back on serve.
Ooh.
I'm hoping that this match will simply be going still when Andreeva and Townsend finish and when Klein Demas Ruiz finish, so that then I can catch it. That's kind of my
the Muti match,
idea. Yeah.
Nobody interested in the Shapovalov Diaz Acosta? I thought that one looked quite an interesting one.
Kira was watching it until she had to go.
All right. Right. Okay.
She was keeping an eye on that
Kira
one.
said that Facundo was getting a shoulder MTO as well.
Wow. Okay. So it could be a Shapovalov when he obviously he's taking the first set of C. So, yeah, good day though. Good day of tennis.
Yeah, sounds
always a
like
good
it.
day of
I mean,
tennis.
yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, I've been living some of it through talking tennis for most of the day. But
Loyal,
certainly sounds
I like
like,
it.
yes, Draper's been getting the win. Sound like a good one. But yeah, for me, I've only been watching sort of since Andreeva Townsend since I got in, which, yeah, hasn't disappointed really.
Nick, wanted to ask you, Raducanu, did you see any of? I forgot to mention I'd actually watched Raducanu.
Did not
pretty
watch
flat,
any of that
pretty
match.
disappointing.
I have not seen a point of that match.
Well, obviously, you know the outcome. Pretty disappointing. Looked flat. Didn't look interested. Was playing about with the clay with her feet in between points. Just looked totally uninterested to me anyway. I think a couple of guys in the Sky Studio said it pretty similar. I know she talked about being tired beforehand. But yeah, just don't think she wanted to be there.
I am not surprised that she's out of gas, to be honest. I think Stuttgart probably took a lot out of her. And it's kind of difficult to carry the momentum of something like that. So, in retrospect,
Nick,
I was
no
about to say,
excuses. No excuses.
Maybe in space there, I was loving it when you were saying that, Nick. He was just like, nah.
No excuses. I mean, Świątek Raducanu, when was that? Friday? Please.
It's not uncommon for ATP or WTA players to kind of flop the following week after a good run.
Following week? I mean, we are talking about a quarter-final run that finished on Friday. We are on Wednesday. We are at this weird event which starts on Wednesday or Thursday for you if you're not seeded. I mean, this is just making excuses for Raducanu.
I suppose, there's a couple of factors at play here. I mean, obviously coming back, I mean, she's not just back from a kind of longer term, time out of the game through injury. I was reading up about it in terms of if she's that tired, why is she in Madrid? But, she doesn't have any points to defend. She got a wild card, so she knows that, any run here would, help her ranking. So that'll be why she's actually, saying that she's out of gas and she's still here. But, at the same time, I was thinking that myself, Damien. I was thinking, how many days since you played? I know there's a lot of travel to take it. Well, travel really Stuttgart to Madrid. Is it that onerous a journey? So yeah, there's a few factors at play, but for me, in terms of tiredness, she just did not look interested. As I said, one thing I noticed that in between points, she was just focusing in last second. At one point I saw her playing about with the clay, just that way if you're bored and you don't know what to do with yourself. It's just really weird, just really, really flat energy.
Was it lack of mental engagement?
I think so, mate. I think so, yeah.
Which I think could come from a certain level of tiredness. Now, the question of whether she should be tired is a whole different thing. I certainly don't think it's unusual. I think at Katie Bolter, both times she's had a deep run in a WTA event, she's ended up
next
round crashing straight away the next round. I think a similar situation.
Yeah, well, I think Vance is floating about. There is Vance there. I wonder if he can add. How are you doing, Vance?
How's it going?
Yes, very well. It's very well. Just discussing Emma Raducanu right now. Did you see any of her?
I didn't see any of the match. I was asleep, but I saw the scoreline. I saw she was kind of a mess, but I didn't really see any of it. So
Yeah, I think we're having a discussion about whether or not you can claim to be tired after last playing on Friday. I think it was Damien pointed out. Thoughts on it?
I'm not against her saying that. I'm not against her using that as a reason, but like I'm just saying we shouldn't really be excusing that. And she played a horrible match against someone who was getting every ball back.
I'm saying it's a reason. I'm not necessarily saying it's a good thing or an understandable.
I don't think. I think it's a minor reason. Like it shouldn't be the first thing mentioned. Basically,
I think so. Then that would be the first thing I would go to for the level of mental disengagement for a player.
I don't think she was mentally disengaged either. Like she was fighting there. She was missing everything, but like, all these long games in the second set, like she kept fighting there. I don't think she was mentally disengaged whatsoever.
Don't know if I agree with that. I think, like I said, I watched a good part of it, and to me, she never looked like winning it. She was making bad choices. She was going. I mean, I don't know. She was 4-1 down in the second set. She had a break point. I think it was a fourth or fifth break point that she'd had on this one. She was obviously a double breakdown at this point. And, it was a very slow second serve. And she just, she was just trying to hit her way out of the match. And, she hit a forehand that went miles long. And I think that was when you just knew, like, she's not coming back here.
Which is understandable given, like,
10-match win streak.
What was that?
Her opponent is on a 10-match win streak right now, right? So she was in form.
Yeah, Carla was underestimated, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
By the way, talking about the tennis, Andreeva's broken back has 40 love, although Townsend has really come at her in that last point and won it 40-15, but Andreeva's made the set competitive again.
I'm just rewatching the previous game because we basically were talking all the way through it, but looks like there was this pretty good 30-all point from Mirra, right? And like she finally gets Townsend a bit on the run and manages to get back into it.
Or if you switch,
maybe she will save Jack's ass. Yeah, for now, for the time being, yeah, because Klein and Demas Ruiz are just starting their third set. So,
they took a long break.
I mean, 1-all, but it's still starting compared to Andreeva and Townsend, basically.
Fair. Overhead from Townsend to finish that point, 40-30. Are you still watching Mute, Tom?
Yes, I am. He just had a set point at 5-4 still. He was 5-3, obviously, and didn't convert. So he's just had the set point, which Shang has saved.
Vance, which one are you watching?
I'm watching Townsend and Andreeva.
Yeah, it's basically a Townsend Andreeva stream now, but we are at 4-all in the third, so that's where we need to be. There were two questions earlier in the chat as well. Where would you put Townsend in the rankings? Like, she fully focused on doubles, on singles. She could probably be like top 50-ish, right? Like
she's already in that ballpark.
Is she already there?
I don't know if she's already
she was
there.
Like 70 something or something, but yeah, maybe my knowledge about that is outdated. Huh?
That's not really that bold. I would say, like, if she really put her mind to it, she could potentially get herself seeded for a majors. I think that might be possible.
That's pretty, like, it could happen, but I don't think it would be necessarily the biggest thing in the world.
Mm-hmm. What is her career?
She's career high 57. So that's
okay.
Yeah, but when did that career high happen?
I'm finding out.
Like, I think she's a bit of a one-trick pony. I mean, kind of one-trick pony doesn't make sense because, of course, she has variety. But like, the moment you stop her game plan, the moment you start actually playing tennis with her, she's probably going to be done.
She used to be much more of a serve and volleyer, right? And like didn't really trust herself on the back of the court, but now she's like a lot fitter, a lot more patient, like actually constructs points better.
Yeah, but like even still, if like a, let's say you mentioned top 32, if a top 32 player enters a baseline rally with her from neutral, she's gonna win like 20% of them.
I've got to admit, I've not watched a
found
lot.
it. So she's 58 now.
Right.
She's
I was
58
just gonna
now.
ask-
She was career high 57 back like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
it must have been.
So it's a new one, yeah.
I was going to ask guys, you guys might know better than I, because I've not watched a lot of Taylor Townsend. But how mobile is she for a player like on the court? Like
Not much.
Like Damien said, that's not really a strength of hers. But I will say she's improved it from what it used to be. I don't know if it's good enough to consistently compete with the top 32, but I think she could get herself in a position one day if she keeps up this form where, like, maybe, I don't know, US Open seed, maybe? I don't know. Depends how many points she has to defend, but
I don't know. Just when I'm thinking of like how good the average top 30 player is, it's pretty hard for me to put Taylor Townsend in there.
let's see, Elo has her at 45 right now. But I guess, yeah, I mean, there's some recency bias to that.
Just
that's
a
hold
quick-
here in the meantime. There was also a question from Elon who asked about how long do you guys think it will take Osaka to get back to her pre-pregnancy level? Clay and grass, not the best moment for it, right? So
probably US Open.
If she can hit that by the US Open, that would be amazing already.
I mean, it depends on what
Just
you mean
because
by
there's not much time.
pre-pregnancy. It depends what you mean by pre-pregnancy level, right? Because if you're thinking about
maybe
the
not
tennis she
winning
was
every
playing-
second other hardcourt slam, but like
Yeah.
I don't know, top
She
10
wasn't
or
playing
something
great, was
like
she?
that.
What's that?
I think she would have at the start of the year coming back. I think the target would have been get myself into a bit of a rhythm, get some wins. Like you say, Damien, don't focus on the clay and grass. Try and get fitness in those events, and then aim for the US Open. I think that would be the plan when she came back at the start of the year.
Feels like every other tournament, she's either playing Garcia, Pliskova, or Samsonova.
She was it 4 times or something? She's played Garcia.
Yeah, crazy.
By the way, Muti has just 5 seconds ago has just flung his racket, but he was love 30 down after a pretty decent rally where he tried to go for a point-winning lob, which went long. He flung the rally. I think he might have got a warning because the camera took a shot of the umpire not long after that. But he's brought it back to 30 all. Although I think he might have double. No, he's not double faulted. That was a first serve. I think Nerlin's asking you guys about. I assume talking about. Oh no, he is talking about Townsend. How could she not be top 32? I think we talked about mobility. We talked about other players working her out. I don't know.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, I get that you guys are saying she's more mobile, but still, when you watch that match against Andreeva here, for example, like it's clumsy. It's going to be, but yeah. I mean, 32 is not unrealistic. I don't see
the level
what's
of
new with
variety-
Qin Zheng being in the top 10.
I think
Yeah,
the level of
just think
variety.
She could be a foil for some top seeds and pull off upsets early in tournaments.
Well, that's always
I don't
what
know.
she's been doing, right? Like that's kind of what she's all about. Like pull off upsets, but then like to actually make them into runs is pretty tough.
What is her best slam result? I want to say like 4th round of US Open, maybe 5 years ago.
When
Close
she
to
beat
it,
Khaled.
still.
Yeah.
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 I think last year also I remember she beat Haddad Maya and then I think played a good first set against Mukhova.
I'm seeing Diaz Acosta is now 4-1 up in the second set against Shapovalov. So that medical timeout must have helped.
Mira with some enormous nerves now. The double fault for 15-all and now this backhand for 30-all, which was just decelerated completely, and she is in trouble.
How about
was about to
Errani
ask.
running back the years?
Oh
Or
yeah.
like beating Wozniacki for the first time since 2008.
Mario was
Kira
happy.
was watching that match. Kira was watching that match. She said that it was definitely long. She wasn't entirely sure how Errani won it, but I think she was just finding ways of forcing Wozniacki to go for too much, essentially. Which
Kira got that
which is
survivor
but
badge.
Errani is having a good sort of latter part of her career in terms of she's still kind of around the top 100, even though she probably shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Harsh, but
7-0
sure.
head-to-head over Cerebus Tormo. That always makes me laugh. But she is kind of a very similar player to Cerebus.
Which is why it's so
Yes.
weird that it is 7-0. But yeah, Mirna survives for now, 5 games all. Thankfully for her, she didn't need to do all that much on the next 2 points, as this is getting like really tense from both players.
Yeah, they both look so nervous. Throughout this whole set.
For different reasons, right?
Yeah.
They know it's a tough match.
Andreeva, I think she was 16 during this tournament last year, so she's still 16.
No,
Yeah, she's gonna
5
turn
days.
17 in like a few days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom, were you going to ask who they play next? It's Noshkova.
Yes. Right, okay. That's exactly. How did you know that, Nick? You must have been reading my mind.
We asked that question earlier, so we looked it up.
Right, okay. Talking about birthdays, is it not? It's usually Alcaraz's birthday round about the quarter-final. Am I wrong at that, in Madrid?
Yeah, it's 5th of May, isn't it? So I think it's on a week on Sunday.
Oh, right, okay, that's near
It's on Sunday. Yeah, Alcaraz and Sabalenka have their birthdays on Sunday. Well, the last day of the event. So.
Oh, that's good. You don't have to worry about Cake Gate this year because.
Yeah, because the women's final is not gonna be on that day anyway, right? So even if Arina is in, she's not gonna get any cake.
Yeah.
Carlos still might.
Are we thinking he's going to play?
Do you think Carlos?
You're going to ask the same thing then, Nick?
I wasn't going to ask the same thing because you were going to ask if he's going to play, right? I think he's going to play. I was going to ask if you think he's going to go deep because I have doubts about that.
I mean, if I was just saying that he might still get cake on the day of the final, right? If he's playing it, so.
Yeah. About him going deep, I have
means...
seen doubts too, but I've also seen him come back from injury and right away win a title like 3 times now. So he has pulled it off in the past.
Yeah, I don't think any of our like guesses have anything to do with reality at this stage because we still haven't seen him. We have no idea, basically. So
yeah, you're right. We have very little data to go off, other than he didn't play for a couple of weeks due to a some kind of arm injury, and even then, how bothered was he actually about those tournaments that he skipped?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, we also have Llamas Ruiz up a break in the 3rd set. So all it really took, it was 1.5 sets of peak Klein, and all it took was 1 missed return fall for everything to fall apart.
How was the Karatsev Malaysian tiebreak?
Not the tiebreak, even the game before then was even crazy.
11 set points or something crazy, right?
11 set points, yeah. And 9 of them on his serve, which is basically unheard of.
Yeah. I suppose it was Karatsev's first match since that Kopler won in Brisbane, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's a bit rough.
He played okay, I guess he can sort of just say, yeah, sure, I played well. It's just that he had 11 set points.
Is it like the Cilic and Struff, like when Cilic played a good match, but he still had like a bunch of chances?
Yeah, but the problem is that Cilic was, I guess, Cilic was like, double breakup there in the 2nd set or something like that. So I guess it's even strong. Well, actually, I don't even know. Well, Cilic didn't take that
the idea that the
momentum.
level is there, but it's just hard to close out a match when you've been out that long.
It's hard to close out a match, but it shouldn't be 11 sets hard. I mean, 11 set points hard, right? Like that's ridiculous. 9 of them on serve.
9 on serve. Yeah, that's pretty much an anomaly.
So I need to reference what Sean. Yes. So yes, I did. I bought one for £35 sterling. So just as a bit of context, guys, haven't played tennis in about 30 years. Decided I'm getting back into it. I was getting suggestions of tennis rackets. I've joined a club and I was playing on Monday night. Loved it. Great fun. Getting the buzz back. And then, I don't think my tennis racket is the best. And you guys will tell me. I've got do you say Argento or Argento? Argento. But anyway, I got an Argento tennis racket, and it'll do me well whilst I reaffirm my game. Artengo, maybe that's it. Artengo.
I think that's a company. Argento is an Italian horror filmmaker. Probably doesn't.
So it's not that. I'm going again tomorrow morning and again on Friday night. So it's just a club just around the corner from me. And yeah, it was good fun.
Mira's broken. Mira has broken. She is going to serve for the set 6-5 after hitting a risky forehand that goes plumb on the line, and then a defensive drop shot that Townsend nets. Big roar for Mira. She's ready for this, and I know I'm way behind, but I want to do the update.
No, that's fine. I think who do you guys think is looking like more on edge? Andreeva, Townsend, or Conchita Martinez? The reactions from Conchita have been pretty crazy too. Like she's just so invested in every point.
Is she coaching anyone? She's coaching Mira?
She's coaching
Mira.
She's coaching Mira? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yep.
For how long? Like
second event, I guess. Second event, I guess.
Oh.
So she was Martinez. There was in the commentary. It was a few days.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because I know she got to the quarters last week, right? Lost to Kalani.
Yeah.
So that's probably when they started working. Okay.
I think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Interesting.
In my match, Muti, we are into a breaker. Muti has already again, I think, had a bit of a talking to with the umpire, and he's been shouting at the crowd. I think somebody maybe said something mid-point, and he wasn't happy. It's hard to tell when you're not hearing it or getting commentary, but yeah, he's not happy, but he has just won the first point of the tiebreak.
Okay, so you're watching Mutane, and the three of us are watching to see if Mira closes things out. But let us know if how that tiebreak pans out. I'm going to have to potentially start thinking about what the next match I put on is. If Blinkov and Bayek is still going, I might put that on, but I'm sharing my screen with the scores, so I can't really see what's happening.
I would just go Bayek, by the way. Obviously, I'm not an expert on Czech pronunciation, but there's no reason to go British about it, I think. But anyway, that's not important. Robin Montgomery ended her match in the meantime over a friend of the show, Elina Avanesian. So we just have 7. You will have just 6 choices after this match is done.
Nice. Or you could go Diaz Acosta, Shapovalov. That's looking like that. I'll go into a third set.
Let's see what the rest of us want to keep an eye on. As Mira hits an unreturnable serve, it's 15-all.
Cue the moon bowling.
Yeah.
Are we thinking any problems for? Go on. I was just gonna. I know we're at a pretty special moment, so I'll maybe ask at the end of this match just to open up to you guys. So I'll let you guys finish this match.
Okay.
It feels like watching as aged at 5 years watching this.
So Martinez is aged 5 years.
Yeah, watching this match.
well, still early days. She still could get fired if she goes out this round. Andreeva goes long on that first serve on my screen. She's got second serve, possibly a little bit tight, unsurprising. Goes second serve, really short on that second serve. Backhand, really, again, sort of not a lot of pace behind it. Goes back behind. Townsend's going to slice that one. Forehand at cross court. Andreeva, which is really good, kicks out of court. Townsend can't reach it. 40-15, 2 match points for Mira Andreeva.
Oh, wow. What an angle on that forehand.
Yeah, that's the shot of the match.
I was like going... I mean, it didn't look like it had a lot of pace in it, and then that spin just kicked it out of Townsend's reach. And
if you're Taylor Townsend, that's the worst shot you can face, really.
Andreeva will serve to finish it, and Andreeva roars. She is into the next round of the Madrid Open, where she broke through last year. Big points to defend for the first time in her career, and so far she's handling the pressure well, enough to win anyway. And she'll be playing Linda Noskova next. What a match. That was good fun.
Wow.
Nice one.
Yeah. Well handled.
Nick, who wins that one then in the next round? Give us a bit of a preview.
I think Noskova. I still think there's some nerves with Mira and some pressure with defending. And I could see Noskova being a bit freer. Having said that, Noskova usually gets 1 or 2 wins a tournament at the minute. So I'm edging Noskova at the minute.
And is that tomorrow or Friday?
Faith in Noskova compared to most people.
Is it tomorrow or Friday?
Friday, because tomorrow's the top half of the draw. Iga's playing tomorrow. And whereas Andreeva's in the Sabalenka half.
Yeah, everything we're seeing right now, I think, is already bottom, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't make sense if any of these players were going to play tomorrow, on the WTA at least, because, of course, on the men's, it's much easier with...
because it's just because Osaka's playing again tomorrow. And that
but that was like, they put these matches earlier because basically on the men's it's obviously like half, right? 16 matches there, 16 matches there, but on the women's it's also different, like 10-22 or 8-24. So yeah, but they scheduled them earlier in the day.
Okay.
I think I'm going to turn on Blinkova versus. I'm sure I've heard it pronounced Bayek before, but I'll listen to the WTA website and make sure.
You better do that quick, Nick, or you're going to blink and it'll be over.
Oh, I'm aware. See that Bayek may be 2 games away from winning that match. Also, weirdly, we've discovered that the British coverage on Sky and Now doesn't actually have access to Court 6. Has every other court, but not Court 6.
Court 6 was all I was watching today. Court 6 was all I was watching today for the first 3 slots.
Actually, I don't think it's got Court 8.
Why would that? That's just an oddity. Why would that be? Like, is that a rights thing, or they just, I don't know.
Did they run out of streams? Anyway, I'm gonna see if I can find some scores to share.
Damien, I was going to ask you, how was your Portugal trip with Mr. Silk?
A lot of beer because it's John. But no, it was fun. It was the best main tour experience I've had for sure. Just in terms of actually doing something at the event compared to Warsaw, for example, where I still don't understand why the journalists were even there. So that was okay. Yeah.
Good to hear. Good to hear, mate. Good to hear.
That's really all I can say. I mean, the weather was good. The sights as well. Like, I am rarely excited by views and how something looks in terms of like the landscape or the cities, but it was actually pretty beautiful near the sea. Maybe not necessarily at the venue, but where we lived or where we went for beers.
Tell me this: were you in the stadium during the Nuno Borges Christian Garin, and
Yeah.
Was it pretty hostile? Was it?
I mean, it was even harder to understand what happened from the stands than it would have been on stream, because like you don't get access to replays. So,
I still can't figure out how Christian Garin got that point, but
yeah, it's impossible. I mean, there are 3 possible outcomes, obviously: replay, Borges, or Garin. There's one that doesn't make sense, and that's what the umpire goes for. But well, we'll see if we obviously will not really know if he faces any consequences, but I'm pretty sure that will be heavily discussed at like some reviews.
Yeah, so. should do too. We can't separate Muti and Shang. They are 5-5 now. Some really decent rallies in this one. Drop shots. It's getting quite feisty, I think. But yeah, it's a good watch, this one.
Glinkov is trying to serve to stay in the match at 3-5 in the decider, but has just double faulted for 15-all on my screen. What do you two? What matches do you have on Vanch and Damien? Start with Vanch.
I've got Diaz Acosta Shapovalov third set.
Okay. Damien?
Capricorn BG, yes, Mirra reached round 4 here last year. She beat Haddad Maya, Fernandez, and Linette, and then lost to Sabalenka. That was like the big announcement. Of course, she was on a pretty crazy ITF run at the time, but that was the big announcement in terms of the major. I switched over to Klein against Llamas Ruiz again. Klein managed to make up for that break earlier, but now he is in trouble again. So yeah, it just looks like a very tense battle near the end. Maybe that's what we're just going to get every single match now, right? Just tension, nerves.
There's some reasonable points on offer. Getting a win on here, get yourself potentially on a stadium with a seed.
Yeah, it's like, what, 20 points additional for making the second round or something like that. So it's not that huge. But yeah, I mean, for someone like Klein or Llamas Ruiz, you play Tommy Paul later. It's a superb occasion to go deeper.
Yeah,
I would say try.
Given how long he's been out,
he's a vulnerable guy here. I mean, I would maybe even like his chances more on like a slower clay court, especially if you're thinking of Klein potentially in the second round. Like, that's not a guy you want to draw. And Llamas Ruiz, I don't think you want to draw him either.
We've had a few subs, more subs coming in while we've been streaming. I think we've had 2 or 3 people subscribe. So if you're still watching, thank you so much. Match point for Sarah Bayek against Anna Blinkova, who's just dumped a forehand into the net to potentially concede a break point. Goes for the first serve, goes out wide. But yeah, potentially match point. I'm going to have to switch matches again very shortly.
Some golden swing critique. I'm sorry for like, this is out of nowhere, but like someone commented on my Twitter that like the golden swing is the equivalent of whatever, that like basically that fake points are being mined over there. And I'm like, maybe like you could make that argument sometimes, but do you really want to make it now with Mariano Navone, who's been like even better since the golden swing on the main tour? And
you could also say that about that mid the post Wimbledon clay swing most years that doesn't have an Olympic year at Roland Garros, or even like the post US Open swing.
Newport.
Yep, I would also agree with you on that. Bayek is one, by the way, huge forehand winner to seal it.
Nick, okay, that's good because you're gonna stop saying her name, so that's good.
I'll look it up after this, but I don't have time right now.
I mean, there's no way that in Czech you suddenly get A instead of E. Like, there's just no way. That's not how Slavic languages work.
This is why I try to avoid names that I don't know how to say, and I still mess up.
Everyone messes up. I mean, obviously, I'm also messing up a lot of names. That's like, I don't want to make myself a sheriff here of sorts, right?
Yeah, the hardest one is
definitely.
Botek Van de Zand's Hole. That's probably the hardest one.
Yeah, that was one that everyone was mispronouncing
that?
at first.
What
He
did
had to
Van
like
de-
tell us, right?
How you
Because
say
everyone
that?
was going Van de Zandschulp, I think, or something like that. Like, but it's actually Van de Zandschulp, which is very weird for a non-Dutch speaker, I guess. But everyone was going Van de Zandschulp, but it's
That's
actually
how I
Van de
would say it.
Zandschulp.
Van de Zandschulp.
It's Schulp.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, I need to.
John, yes, we did talk about this, John, a few times. I know, for like, sort of, we need to do it intermittently, but we will be. Don't worry.
What was the prediction for Emma?
I put Emma in the semis.
Oh.
That's all you need to know.
I love that reaction. Oh. Oh.
I mean, the obvious answer to that, Nerlan, is Andreeva.
Yeah. I think Andreeva will be the favorite, yeah.
I've just put Mute Shang on, and Shang's just put a shot into the net, diving for a backhand, and he's
that's the point that I was on. That was for a set point as well. I thought he was going to make that. What did you say? Sorry, Nick.
I was going to say this tiebreak is looking tasty. I've been trying to cut to you, Tom, for because like this looks really
good. Like I say, a lot of the drop shots have been opening up the points. Both players are pretty rapid as well, so when they've not been putting away the next shot from the drop shot, then it's made for some really decent rallies. Mute, as usual, as you can see in your screen right now, Nick, moaning, I think, again at the umpire. Maybe not happy at how long Shang is taking. I hope I'm saying Shang right, by the way. It's the Chinese players I really struggle with. That's my kryptonite.
Yeah, I think most of us, like in Europe, are just okay to go for like a similar pronunciation. But like we don't actually delve into how it should be said, right? Yeah.
Jun Sheng Shang. Jun Sheng Shang.
You can say Jerry. Right? So
yeah, Jerry.
At least that helps. At least the first name will be pronounced well.
Okay, Mute now with a set point at 9-8 or 8-9, with Shang serving.
Yeah, this seems to be the one where all the kind of the attention should be right now. This is where all the drama's at. Although it does look like Lamas Ruiz might be a game away from taking the match against Klein. Not might be, is. Oh, great rally.
I mean, how long has this first set been? I'd be keen to know. Let me have a quick check. And I'm talking about the Mute match, by the way.
Let's look at
it's
that.
Been an hour and 40 minutes. This first set, 1 hour and 38 minutes.
Oh my gosh!
I tell you, because it started like well before I finished my work, and then I've been here for nearly an hour, and it's still not finished. The first set.
Do you think they're going to finish this tonight?
If the second says anything like this, when they can't even finish the tiebreaker. Yeah, long first set.
I think while we're waiting for serves, Vanch, what's happening with Diaz Acosta and Shapovalov?
Diaz Acosta is the stronger player so far in this third set. He's more consistent, spreading the court a bit better. Shapovalov, not quite patient enough, but he's down a break. So
none of this should be a surprise.
Yeah, none of this is surprising.
Right, we have a Mute set point on his serve.
Shapovalov, I think, has one good run at Madrid back in 2018. I think the semis. But of course, he's really far from that now. What is Chapo's ranking? Probably outside the top 120 or something. Not been too great.
Yeah, it used to be like
What
135
is
a
he
couple
doing?
of weeks ago, but I'm not sure.
132.
Yeah.
Muti with a bit of sportsmanship or
30 all
something
now
there.
in Klein Llamas Ruiz, so we are 2 points away from the match for the Spaniard. Dangerous times, and Olga Danilovic has saved a couple of match points against Clara Burel, so that match will be going on for a little while longer at least.
Oh, might go over to that one if it's still going after this tiebreak. This tiebreak might be going on for a while. We're into a great rally here as Shang chases down. That shot goes cross court. Mute slices. Forehand Shang, really short. Mute has to slide in and come to the net. Shang's going to lift that one up, but Mute easily puts that volley out. Shoulder height, and it's 11-9 in that tiebreak, and he's celebrating like he just won a match. He's only a set up.
That was his 9th set point.
Again, complaining to the umpire. I think I don't know, but it looked as if there was some sort of sportsmanship. He was just when he was serving for that. He had a first serve there on the set point, and it was as if he was like starting to start his service motion, and then he was scratching his shin. Did anyone see that? As if he was like trying to maybe think. I don't know what he was doing. Like, you know, the guy's a wacky character. But yeah, I just wondered what he was trying to do. If he was trying to maybe put off his opponent, but who knows? Like I say, wacky dude.
It ain't a Mute match without some.
This is why I watch match. This is why there was plenty of other matches to watch. But I thought, you know, this is the kind of stuff I love about the game. I love all this, you know, this crazy stuff that goes on. So, we're taking an interval now. So yeah, are they the only 3 matches that are still playing?
No, we've still got a couple of women's matches. So Daria Savil's setting a breakup on Hailey Baptiste, and Olga Danilovic has just taken it to a deciding set against Clara Burel on the one court I can't watch.
The one court you can't watch. Do you ever try Bet365?
No.
That's how I do it these days, because the stream is right up to date, because people gamble on it, so they have to have it up to date. And yeah, it does me. Not that I'm promoting betting accounts, so please gamble responsible.
I'll stick with the Mute Shang one. I think we've pretty much covered across the board there. Having said that, Klein Llamas Ruiz actually seems to be quite has a lot of entertainment potential there. So I might join Damien with that one for a bit.
Yeah, my connection is hardcore flopping, so you might need to.
Okay, I'm on it now.
I did actually learn from the chat, which was pretty interesting, that John's favorite soup type depends on his surface and energy levels.
Are you sure that was a response to a different question that maybe we were talking about? Do you think he had the right kind of his match with you, Damien?
Yeah, I think this was on the Andreeva Raducanu question from Nerland previous, but
no, it was definitely about the soup. It was definitely about the soup.
That's
with the minestrone. That's mine as well.
Mine might be onion, maybe, or
onion soup.
Borscht, maybe, or what else is there? I actually like fish soup. I had fish, but if you do me like a fish head soup, like a broth, I do like it with pasta.
Is borscht not like? Is it cold soup? No.
No.
What's borscht? Like what does it taste of?
It's of beetroot, and basically it's for Christmas or for stuff like that in Poland.
We would say in Scotland that sounds bogging.
It was Scottish slang. I haven't had that one before.
Oh, aye. Very slang. I would have to just be. I think John's one was tomato, so I'll agree with the boss, because
that's boring. That's boring.
I do like tomato. So.
That's just boring.
Talking soup.
Onion, though, is a really like cultured pick.
Well, all this talk of food, I'm going to have to check out in 5. I have been working since midday and I haven't stopped. And as soon as I finished, I came on here. So I will leave you guys in 5.
Cool.
Anything else happening that we can figure out? That's what I was going to ask you guys. Can we preview a wee bit of Nadal tomorrow? So obviously what anyone will be talking about, considering these comments, playing a 16-year-old. I don't know much about him. Damien, I'm sure you probably do.
Yeah, I mean, Darwin already played Miami. He lost to Thomas Mahad. I don't really have a problem with him getting wildcards if, like, we're talking about regular American events, especially because, he's their best prospect right now. Last year, he made the French Open semis when he was 15. Will be very hard for him to win against Rafa, regardless how depleted Rafa is. Like, Darwin, for now, he just slaps his forehand around, and he is talented, but I just don't ever see him having that consistency to win 12 games against Rafa.
I think it'll be similarly competitive as the Kabuli match, if I were to guess.
Yeah, except Flavio had like a real path to be more competitive there. And Darwin, I don't know if at this stage of his career he can. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously a big prospect. Like, if we're talking about guys who aren't right now, from American tennis, if we're talking about guys who aren't already there, like, I don't know, Mickelson, Shelton, Darwin is probably their best bet. So it's fine. It's a fine opportunity for him, but I don't expect much.
No, I'm the same as you guys. Same reasoning as Damien, really. I completely agree with everything Damien said.
Just try to look down.
Now, if you're talking about Rafa potentially winning later against Alex de Minaur, that is looking even less likely than in Barcelona. But first round, he did get a superb draw.
Yeah. Are you going to be watching Medjedovic tomorrow, Damien? I know you were tweeting about him during the start of the week.
Depends on if I can, because I actually have a large chunk of the day tomorrow that I'm not going to be able to watch. But if I can, yes. I mean, Kovacevic-Medjedovic is like the most watchable match of the first round. So yeah, absolutely. If I can, yes.
Is this Medjedovic's first main draw match since winning the Next Gen, or has he been in other ones since? He kind of went under the radar after winning Next Gen.
He played Australian Open qualies, then he played Indian Wells qualies, and then he played Phoenix. But was that qualies or was that main draw? I guess it could have been all qualifying. I mean, he lost to Perry in Phoenix. I don't remember if it was round 1 of the main draw or round 1 of the qualifying, but otherwise he only played Australia and Indian Wells. He was sick for a while.
Yeah, he had like a really bad viral in February. Like some really long thing that I can't pronounce. Where he was in bed for like over a month.
Yeesh.
So it's been rough.
Yeah. And he was also injured at the Australian Open when he lost to Shellbach back, I think. So yeah, it's been a very rough year. He basically lost almost 4 months. But yeah, I mean, that's a guy who's going to beat Stefanos Tsitsipas in the third round if they play.
I was going to say who you're calling for that one. The first round one, I was going to ask what your prediction is.
Either Lehechka or him is like a pretty dangerous third round for Steph.
Yep,
I could
absolutely.
see either of those guys beating him. If they're,
Kova, less so. I guess we're writing Kova off, right?
Yeah, I think Steph beats Kova.
He did already this year too, right? Los Cabos, was it? Or Acapulco?
Yeah.
John's saying Shapovalov broke back.
Yes, he did. Played a couple of good points. But he was in
we have a
danger
third
going
set
down.
breaker between Klein and Llamas Ruiz.
Yeah, which is what I was going to say. I've seen that. Have you got your stream back, Damien?
I did, for now at least.
Okay, brilliant. Stick with that. I can take over the Mute match if you want when you go, Tom.
Okay, well, I'll let you go then. The second set's just started. Shang is holding serve. It looks like he's got 3 game points. Muti, though, took, I think, about a 10-minute toilet break in between the sets, and Shang was just standing about waiting for ages. So keep an eye on that one, and him and the Empire. But listen, guys, as usual, it's been a pleasure to chat to you guys, and I'm sure we'll chat again over the rest of Madrid. So have a good evening. All right, Trips?
Yep. See you, Tom.
See you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Tom. All right. So we're in. So I think I'll go over to the Mute match maybe after this tiebreak, because I do kind of want to see it, because this is going to be a fun conclusion. I think this looks like a very good match as usual. Damien hot on where the good matches are at on the ATP side. Yeah, Klein hitting pretty big at the minute, as always. Oh, he's gone too big on that one, though. Trying to go inside out on the forehand. 2-0 to Lamas Ruiz. Terry's asking, do they have Hawkeye in all the courts? I think they do.
They do, right?
I don't think so. Do they actually have them on like court 6, 7, whatever? I mean, there are line umpires here on Klein Lamas Ruiz.
Yeah, I think they have a challenge system, but they don't necessarily have a automatic line calling.
So they have a challenge system on all cards. That seems a little.
They do on the main court anyway.
Oh, the main court, yeah, but like that seems a little unrealistic. That it would be on all 8.
Astral Open tattoo, says John.
I'm not getting involved in this discussion. Partly because I'll give the boring answer. Also, it depends what of. Like, you think you're just getting the logo to match the hat?
I have my hat from the Estoril Open too.
Oh, here we go.
I'm not trying to be hip like John, you know? John wears it like that. John is just trying to pretend he's not 100 years old, and he wears it like this. Me, on the other hand, I'm just...
You're wearing it as
casual.
I have my hat as well from the San Diego
As
Open.
it was intended, yeah.
San
Diego.
Yeah. This is where I had my rude awakening for the first time, back in 21.
Rude awakening, nice.
Yeah.
I have a generic ATP Tour hat that I bought at the 2012 Tour Finals. I haven't worn it in years.
2012? Oh, nice. That was a good year to go to the ATP Finals.
Yeah, I went 2010, 2011, and 2012.
You got to see Federer in the final on World 3?
I went to, they were all group stage matches, but yeah, I saw Federer in 11 and 12.
Yeah. I mean, 10, yeah, Djokovic and Nadal in the same tournament, so that was a big tournament for him.
Yeah, it was a good one. Yeah, ironically, I actually saw him go 3 sets with people he probably didn't need to go 3 sets with, Fish and Tipsarevic.
Right, 2011.
I remember thinking, how is it like? I remember watching this matches going, how has he dropped those sets? Like, he should have won it quite more easily. But to be fair, like, that's probably doing Fish and Tipsarevic a disservice. Backward hats on tour, yes or no? I mean, some people make it work. I don't have an objection to it. Shapovalov makes it work.
Muguruza.
John is there.
Actually, how's Shapo doing, by the way, Vanch?
Shapovalov has found a burst of energy here, and they're back on serve, and he's finally playing with a little bit more margin, and yeah, maybe he can actually pull this off. This would be a really good win.
Yeah, this could be a good one. 3-3 between Klein and Lamas Ruiz. in the tiebreaker to decide the match.
This is as tight as the whole third set has been, really, and well, the atmosphere on my mute stream looks pretty good too.
Yeah, it's actually got quite good stands for a relatively small court, I have to say.
Klein has that forehand,
Yeah.
Robin Soderling forehand, doesn't he? With the backswing, things like that. The way he produces his shot.
I don't remember Robin Soderling too well. I'd have to leave that up to Damien. Oh, what's happened, Vanch?
Nothing. Mama Ruiz just hit an ace. And Shapovalov has a break point.
Oh, wait, hang on. Are you watching both matches?
Yes.
Okay.
I just came in the third set tiebreak between Klein and Ruiz.
Okay, we're all watching Klein versus Lamas Ruiz then. Terry telling us that Jerry Shanks is a great passing shot. I'll probably switch over to that one after this. Oh dear, long from Lamas Ruiz. 5-4 Klein. Under pressure on the forehand a bit, was kind of pushed back when trying to hit the shot.
Diaz Acosta just won an amazing point on break point. Saved that against Shapovalov. He basically hit this like half volley right on the back of the baseline, bunted it back over. Shapovalov comes forward, and then like Diaz Acosta comes up with a really good forehand down the line pass. That's the point of the match for sure. At least the parts I've watched.
+1 volley winner for Klein to move to 2 match points. 6-4 in the tiebreak. He's got a serve on the first one's on his serve.
Shapovalov, though, staying persistent, he has another break chance. He was 2 break points down to go down double break, and now he's about to win 4 games in a row.
Lamas Ruiz is long, under pressure from Klein, who roars to his box and roars pretty much to any direction he wants to be honest. He is through after a hard-fought win over Paulo Lamas Ruiz. On the basis of the first set, maybe more hard-fought than it needed to be, Damien?
Pretty much, yeah. But I mean, Lamas Ruiz did pretty well to hang in there too. Of course, the atmosphere there, kind of just playing with the crowd a little bit too. And yeah, I'm just glad that Klein is through, gonna play Paul, and that Klein Marozsan dream is still alive.
And I think I might be now at the mercy of one channel. Seem to have lost the ability to choose courts. So.
Oh, and Denis Shapovalov breaks with a forehand cross-court winner. Really long rally, 17 shots. And yeah, some good rally tolerance here in this third set from Denis, playing a lot more patient, not going for the lines. And yeah, he's rewarded with a break.
Terry, you might have to keep us updated on Chang Mute to watch Shapovalov with Vanch. Tell me what match Damien chooses to watch.
Well, we've got 4 left, right? So the choices are a little slim at the moment. I guess I gotta go for Diaz Acosta Shapovalov as it's coming to an end.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Shang's 3 love up. Apparently, Mute wants coffee, according to Terry. And there's still a couple of WTA matches on as well. Baptiste has managed to get the second set back on serve with Darius Saville, and Danilovic is a break-up against Cara Burrell, but Burrell has break-back points.
Looks like Anisimovan's Madrid campaign didn't go so well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
I haven't watched Arango play since Guadalajara, where she did some good stuff.
I've been seeing comments in the chat and on Twitter. Who is Emiliano Arango?
Oh yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Arango's Guadalajara run was simply based on the fact that the other players couldn't play at altitude, and she could.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, she beat Stephens, Townsend. Yeah, she was just a little bit better at handling the conditions.
I mean, she was just controlling the ball because she's used to it.
Yeah, that's
But
true. If you're from Colombia, you're used to the altitude for sure.
yeah,
Like that's pretty much. It's like Tatiana Maria winning Colombia twice, and then beating
this was funny recently because Nicolas Mejia, who of course won a challenger at altitude recently, he actually texted me on Twitter and he said that I should clip a shot that he played against someone. And I'm like, yeah, sure. I mean, of course. And he said, I know it's altitude, but this was still a great shot. And I'm like watching the point and he hits 2 tweeners there. I'm like, what? How is that impacted by the altitude? I mean, that would be a great point in any conditions, right?
Yeah, I would think the same thing. Like, altitude doesn't make it easy to hit tweeners.
But it's funny because, like, clearly for him, like, he kind of thinks, I guess, that other people will perceive these results or even these shots as less because they're hit at altitude. But yeah, as you said, I mean, he's just, I don't think he's a particularly, like, he's particularly well suited to altitude either. But like, yeah, he can control the ball. He has a lot of experience. He comes from Colombia. And well, he gets 3 points he doesn't get on other surfaces too.
Does he have a good slice?
That's kind of the thing with Arango. Yeah, on the defense, yeah.
Slice works very well on altitude, generally.
Yep.
Looks like Diaz Acosta's getting a massage on his shoulder again. So we're kind of, there's a long break before Diaz Acosta comes out to serve for to stay in the match.
It'd be rough for Diaz Acosta to lose 2 such tight matches back-to-back weeks.
Simon, it might be a bit early to call Shang getting a bagel, but it depends on how much Mute's falling apart. It certainly wouldn't surprise me if at least one of those 2 players crashed after that insanely long first set.
So apparently, out of the last 25 points, Shapovalov has won 21.
Yeah, it's stuff like that.
I'm not saying anything, but like, yeah, he's gonna luck into this win a little bit, but he kind of needs that bit of luck right now. Yeah, obviously, it's kind of like the Osaka situation, right? Like we mentioned that, like, it's not a good moment for him to regain form simply.
Like Love 2, 15-40, saved those 2 breakpoints with winners, and since then he's just been flying. Just hits a jumping backhand return winner, obviously a trademark shot of his. Usually not always necessary when he does it, but it is nice to watch.
Do you have a cut of any sorts, Nick? Because it's looking weird now.
Nishioka versus Archie-Aliassime. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that one? Certainly a match Felix should win. Nishioka hasn't been in good form at all recently.
Do you remember Roland Garros 2020?
Yeah. That was straight sets for Yoshi. I mean,
Thank
Yoshi
you, Jane,
basically
for
went
the donation. Talking tennis with the all-day stream. I believe we are currently streaming for about 11 hours today. Obviously, not every, we weren't there. Even I wasn't there for the whole 11 hours, but or John. But yeah, I think we've been on for like 11 hours, and we're gonna stay until the end of action by now. I think because everything is nearing the end.
Yeah, it's kind of wrapping. I think everything's kind of wrapping up naturally. I might go after this Shapovalov match is done.
Yeah, same. I probably have to leave after this.
Should we call it at Chapo?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be quite a while before Mute and Shang finish, right? So that's a problem.
Yeah, and I don't know if we necessarily want to do I think I can't necessarily access any of the other 2 WTA matches going on. Terry, you are a trooper.
That's
staying
crazy,
with us for the whole
Terry,
hour.
but thank you. That's crazy, but thank you.
Yeah, but I think sort of all the main courts will be wrapped up after the Shapovalov match, so I think that's where we probably call it.
What are the main courts? What are we treating as main courts?
Manolo Santana and Arantes Sanchez Vicario.
That's just 2 courts.
It's the same as any other slam, apart from the French. I guess
That's
US
not
Open.
slam. Yeah.
Like
Australian
Wimbledon.
Open actually has 3. Doesn't the Australian Open have 3 courts as well? John Cain, Hisense, Kia, even 4.
It's just Wimbledon that only has 2.
Yeah. But you started talking about 2 at every slam because, it's Wimbledon, so you're biased. But yeah, anyway, Shapovalov gets the job done.
All slams must follow.
All slams should follow Wimbledon. I agree, yeah. Shapovalov gets the job done. I mean, how much of that was the shoulder from Diaz Acosta? Probably quite a lot, but it's still big for Dennis, who needs wins, needs big results, but it's just not in his part of the season. So anything he can get done now is kind of a bonus. And he will play Echeverry, right, in the second round.
That's good.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap up. I think Vance is saying you want to drop as well.
Yeah, I think we would have
so
to drop.
you want to keep going.
John, tell me in the chat, are we supposed to, am I supposed to stay or am I supposed to wrap up as well? If you give me an okay, I will leave as well. We will just finish off the stream, but well.
Well, okay. So, what matches are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, there's Rafa, of course.
Yeah, that's gonna be the big one.
But the question was, which matches are you looking forward to?
I guess on the men's side, there are some good ones, right? There's Mickelson against Fonseca. That would be interesting. Looking forward to that one. There's also Morojan Surrendal, right? I want to see if Morojan just keeps it going. I think Surrendal is very winnable for him. Hurkacz and Draper, where they're playing for like the 500th time.
Is that tomorrow? I
More
thought
like,
it was.
more like, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah, I
that's
can't
not
see it.
tomorrow. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is not tomorrow. Yeah. What about Chorich? Is that tomorrow? No, that's not tomorrow.
No. The seeds don't come into play tomorrow on the men's side, no.
But the women's do.
Kovacevic, so Kovacevic,
The women's do.
Yes.
Kovacevic, Medvedevic, yeah, that's a big one. I
And
hope that I
also
will be able to watch it.
Jung Kecmanovic, because Jung had a very good run last year, getting to the quarters.
Pedro Kacin also had a very good run last year. Don't you want to watch Pedro Kacin against Sebastian Hoffner?
Yeah, that looks good too. Also, O'Connell versus Orlandi, winner to play Medvedev. That looks interesting.
Misik Hanfman. I get what you mean, Menchik Hanfman. Yeah, that's a good one. I just hope that Menchik is healthy and is going to dominate, honestly, because he has a real shot at Dimitrov in the second round if he is healthy and ready for this.
I'm just having a look at the women's now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a few here that I'm thinking of, like potential for various different reasons. Vekic, Sakari, depending on how Vekic what Vekic brings. Osaka against Samsonova. Osaka's got, I think, a good opportunity to be a seed there. Mertens Stevens, Fernandez Potapova. I like the look of. If you like the idea of like really long rallies, you've also got Sara Sorribes Torbo taking on Alina Svitolina and Haddad Maia taking on Errani. You're into that kind of. Sorry?
Azarenka versus Maria. That might be good.
Azarenka Maria, yeah. I think that could be interesting, especially on clay. Like Azarenka on clay is a little patchy, but so Maria could disrupt. there's some interesting matchups going on here. And then obviously ended in the evening with Świątek kicking off her campaign against Wong, and you got Goff taking on Roos as well.
Nurlan warned us that Wong is gonna come close to Świątek, so watch out.
What is come
Is heading out, and we are heading out too in a matter of minutes. So thank you for being here, and we'll be bringing you some more action tomorrow. I actually don't think it's going to be like that sort of a stream, but yeah, there's definitely going to be some coverage anyway.
Keep an eye out for all the big matches, as always, on Talking Tennis. Thanks, Damien, for all your hard work today. I know you did a lot of comms on the earlier session, and whilst Vanch and I just tagged on for the last 3 hours. So we're all good. But yeah, really good time, lads. Hope you enjoyed it, and hope everyone enjoyed watching all of our coverage from Madrid today as well. And we'll be back hopefully tomorrow. So we'll see you then. But in the meantime, I was going to sign off with mine, but I think, Vanch, do you want to sign this one off?
Sure. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
That last bit, like all things tennis, right? Like he kind of slows things down, and like there's different intonation. But the other part was amazing. Okay.
And here for your viewing pleasure is the original to close out. We'll see you soon to talk some more tennis.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.